like a tide. When the storm gets rough, we ain't gonna hide. Propaganda swilling, but it won't touch me. Only love around us. With rhythm in my soul, I'm ready for the show. We break the chains, rewrite the rules in this concrete jungle where nobody's fools. Unity sings louder than the lies they scheme. In the heart of the struggle, we dare to dream. We keep moving forward, never looking back. The truth's in the power, it's an unstoppable track. Haze on the corner, they talking real loud, spreading no light, trying to bring me down. Enemies lurking, but I won't back away. Got a vision in my mind, I'm here to stay. Put my crew beside me, we rise like a tide. When the storm gets rough, we ain't gonna hide. Propaganda's swilling, but it won't touch me. Only love around, that's how it's gonna be. We keep moving forward, never looking back.
Difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, but sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. I was fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. When I did that.
To apologize, it's too.
When I did it, I was fucked up. I was fucked up. When I did it, I was fucked up. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up.
All right, so we're back at it, everyone. Everyone hit that like button. Let's get ready to get black into it, okay? We're going to go back to what we were, we're going to go back to the moment that we stopped with the Tory Lanez press conference. Okay, we'll get back to that momentarily. And also, we're going to talk about Chris Brown, who was apparently arrested. Oh, the shenanigans continue. I want you all to pay attention. Okay, Aqua Girl Rising said, I need all Kims to take the stand immediately. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. Let's have a brief word from our sponsor at 12 Tribes before we get it started.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Okay, so don't forget you can purchase 12 Tribes hair oil at Etsy.com. Just look for Lisa Crafts. You can also find it at Walmart.com. Now, I don't know what is all going on, but my source told me during the break that the judge doesn't want Cassie back on the stand. Okay, so I'm going to get into that in a second, but let's talk about what they're saying so far. The judge returned to the bench. Okay, the defense gave Cassie Ventura an iPad with exhibits it intends to question her about on cross-examination to review ahead of time in an effort to speed up the proceedings. Okay, and so far they've talked about her falling in love with Combs. The jury was shown sexually graphic text messages. They talked more about the freak-offs. They talked about Combs' behavior and previous relationship with Ryan Leslie. Those are the things they covered thus far with Cassie's cross-exam. Okay, so now, okay, it says the jury is back in after lunch. Okay, after the defense will continue to cross-examine Cassie Ventura. Okay, okay. So with that all being said, and so this is what my friend told me, that the judge said, told the defense team that they need to complete their cross-exam of Cassie Ventura before lunch. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Not today, but he wants Cassie off the stand tomorrow. That's what they said. I misread the text. Okay, it said the judge wants Cassie off the stand tomorrow and says that the defense team needs to complete their cross-examination of Cassie before lunch tomorrow. But he left it open, the possibility of them granting them additional time if needed. He says he wants to have Ventura off the stand tomorrow. The direct took a day and a half, so the defense will have a day and a half. So you have today, you have tomorrow morning. That's what the judge said, according to my source. Okay, well, is that fair? I don't know. I mean, just because the prosecution had a certain amount of time doesn't mean that the defense should take exactly the same amount of time. And also, why is the judge rushing everything? Because remember, I told you at the beginning, the judge said he wants this all finished by July the 4th. Okay, he wants it all over and done with by July the 4th. Listen, let the things play out, okay, in the appropriate time. And don't be rushing anything, Judge Subramanian. I have a problem with that. All he's doing is giving the defense more ammunition if Diddy does get convicted to come back when they file an appeal. I want y'all to pay attention, because we already know that Diddy's probably going to say ineffective counsel. Okay, Mama Joyce said, will the prosecutor redirect after cross? I don't know. The judge didn't mention that. According to my friend, he wants her off after lunch. So if she's off after lunch, I don't think the prosecution is going to redirect. And here's the thing. The defense or the prosecution, they probably wouldn't even want to redirect. Okay, unless something comes up that the defense brings out that makes Cassie look really, really bad, then they'll want to try to come and clean that up. But this just doesn't sound fair to me at the end of the day. I'm just saying they're going to be giving the defense ammunition for an appeal. Okay, just remember that I told you all this, because this is all crazy. Why is the judge in such a rush? But hold on, Diddy's going down. Okay, I got to show y'all this video that I just posted to my ex while on the break. Diddy, honey, what? There's a bunch of celebrities talking about Diddy's parties and how often he has these parties, and talking about pimp cups and all this. Let me just let y'all see this for yourselves. Okay, Diddy, they're going to say Diddy absolutely was trafficking, and then talking about you're a pimp. Well, that's trafficking, or that's what traffickers are. They're pimps. Okay, so I'm going to go to that video, which I find all nefarious, okay, and very interesting. Let me put on some music, because they're playing music in the video. Okay, I want to try to drown that out as much as I can so I don't get a copyright claim. I might get one anyway, but, if I do, so be it. Because I can't mute it, because I want you all to hear exactly what these celebrities are saying. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
Diddy parties.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world. Now, it started on a Tuesday. It somehow ended on the previous Sunday. I don't know how he did that.
Now that I'm engaged, I've decided to slow down a little. 3 Diddy parties a week. Maybe 4. Not including the weekends.
Well, I remember one day we went to this Diddy party. What happened? Lil Jon forgot his pimp cup.
Yep.
D-Rock went to Diddy and asked if he had a pimp cup Lil Jon can borrow.
And he had a whole bunch of pimp cups.
He had a pimp set.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook. A Diddy party or a Diddy after party. Or a Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party for the next Diddy party.
The Diddy parties.
Diddy once threw a party on a jet.
Y'all heard that? Okay, y'all heard that, honey. At the end of the day, they talking about Lil Jon forgot his pimp cup, but don't worry, because Diddy had plenty of them. What do you say about that? Find it all so interesting and clearly nefarious. Okay, clearly nefarious. Diddy said, "Hold up, I got plenty of pimp cups. Gosh, dang it!" And did y'all notice Diddy was dressed like a Roman? Didn't I tell y'all that Diddy got all of that stuff according to my source? Okay, that Diddy got all of those shenanigans and things he does from people in the music industry, older people than him, and we know who I'm talking about. Okay, I won't mention names like Clive Davis. Okay, I won't mention those names, Ronald Burkle. I won't mention those names. But at the end of the day, yeah, Diddy is into all of that ancient Roman stuff, where the men like the men, where they had the bacchanalias, which Diddy just changed the name of the bacchanalias to freak-offs. Okay, I told you all how Diddy was allegedly, according to my source, conjuring up these demons, okay, and also becoming possessed with what he said was the spirit of the Roman god Bacchus. Okay, I want y'all to pay attention. Honey, Diddy is nefarious, and there's no doubt about that. Panther Strike said, now where are all of these people now? Exactly. Where are they? None of them are anywhere to be found, okay? I bet Diddy feels like such a fool. Okay, none of these people had his back when he needed them most. All right? And they were at the party, so who knows what all they were doing. Okay, so anyway, let's go back and see what's going on here. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then another thing my source told me, but we already, see, this is how y'all know we're keeping up pretty good, because the stuff that my source was telling me is stuff that I've already said for the most part. They told me a few other things, but they talked basically about how Karen Agnifilo was talking to the defense and giving them, you know, basically advising them, okay, not just Mark Agnifilo, and also said Mark Agnifilo was trying to get the judge to allow some text messages or something in for evidence that were sexually explicit per se. And the judge asked, have you already told the prosecution they can use this? And he said, I think we already discussed it. And come to find out, Comey said, no, we haven't discussed it. Okay, so caught Mark Agnifilo, maybe not telling a lie necessarily, but acting like he didn't recall. Remember what I told you all? When people understand it, they tend to say things like, I don't recall, or not to my recollection. They're usually not being honest. And so Mark Agnifilo didn't sound like he was being that. Okay, so please pay attention. This is all getting real juicy. Okay, so while I'm waiting for the next updates, let me see what I have here. And then shout out to Armand Wiggins, who's actually there in person. And he's got some good footage, which I'll go to. He's got some good footage of Diddy's family coming in and Cassie's husband and all that. I think I'll go to that in a second. But before I do, let's go back to the Tory Lanez information. Okay, I'm going to pick up right where we left off. And then I'll gather the information about Chris Brown. Hold on. Let me see. Did I delete that or something? Hold on. Hold on, beloveds. Give me just a second. Okay, here we go. I accidentally deleted it. Okay. Okay, let me share my screen. Likes up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance. And thank you for your cooperation and participation.
Rehabilitation pipelines and protecting the innocent from institutional overreach. I didn't fight for reform just to see the system weaponized against someone because he's famous or inconvenient. And let's be clear. If a high-profile Black man with no prior violent convictions can be railroaded this easily, what hope is it for the everyday American who lacks his resources? Some people may want to dismiss this.
Okay, that's a good question. Are y'all paying attention? For those of you who think Tory got what he deserved and y'all don't care if he's in there wrongfully convicted or not, what she said is very important. And this is what I continuously tell you all about. Okay, if they can railroad a celebrity who's got all this money and resources, who has connections, and they can send him to prison for something he absolutely didn't even do, cover up, act as though the forensic evidence didn't prove other things. At the end of the day, what do you think would happen to someone who looks like me, who doesn't have all of those resources? At the end of the day, this is why you hear these stories that come out that I've covered constantly with these black men who've done 20, 30, 40. The one that had the most length of time that I reported on was 46 years for something he didn't do. Okay, so this is something very serious as far as I'm concerned. And I told you all, when I was in college, I actually worked with the Innocence Project to help get people like this out. This is a whole bunch of BS, and this happens to people who look like us every day. Okay, so please pay attention. This is nothing to scoff at.
Today as noise. But as a conservative, we are a movement that claims to care about over-criminalization, prosecutorial abuse, and restoring faith in American institutions. Well, here it is, laid bare in front of you. The prosecution manipulated the narrative. They buried key facts. They got the conviction they wanted, but not the truth we all deserve. As Gianno mentioned, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. warned us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And this case proves it.
I want you all to pay attention, because that's the second time somebody has quoted Dr. King about the injustices. And how many times have I told you all the exact same thing? I just want you all to pay attention.
If we let this stand, if we accept a conviction based on emotion rather than evidence, we abandon the very foundation of our system, that all men are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The timing of these events raised disturbing questions to me, and I think they all should to you as well. After over 2 years in prison without incident, Tory was stabbed 14 times just days after a major national news outlet reached out to Megan Pete's team, Kelsey Harris, and former DA George Gascon about a story on new evidence in this.
Now, y'all heard that right. Let me reiterate for anyone who missed it. She said Tory was stabbed just days after they reached out to Megan's team, letting them know that there was new evidence. I want y'all to pay attention. Didn't I tell y'all yesterday that this to me has Rock Nation written all over it? I don't care what anybody says. That's what I think. And we're going to sit back and pay attention, because it's the timing of it all for me. This isn't a coincidence. Okay, please pay attention. This is real low down and dirty. Somebody tried to take that man out before the truth could be told. Okay, that's what they tried to do. This is not just something that happened randomly. Okay, at the end of the day,
this case, you don't have to believe in conspiracies to see the pattern. When evidence was about to come to light, Tory was nearly killed. So let's stop pretending this is complicated. Let's stop treating this like some cultural war flashpoint. This is about a man, a father, a son, Daystar Peterson, who has sat in a prison cell for over a year based on a case that wouldn't pass the smell test in any honest courtroom. The prison system can no longer guarantee his safety, and that alone should be grounds for immediate action. But combine that with the overwhelming evidence of a botched investigation, and this becomes not just a legal issue, but a morale emergency. Tory Lanez deserves a new trial. He deserves due process. He deserves a pardon. And if justice still matters in America, he deserves to go home. So what now? What do we do now? We're all here today. We are calling on Governor Gavin Newsom, the California Attorney General, and the public at large to act. If you believe in due process, sign the petition now on the Caldwell Institute page that Gianna Caldwell mentioned at change.org. Let your voice be counted. Let the system know that we see what's happening and we won't stay silent. We can't be a nation that claims to value justice but looks the other way when a man is buried beneath the weight of political motivated prosecution. Dr. King said again, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This is that threat in modern day time. This is that moment. Daystar Peterson deserves to go home today. And we, the people, have a duty to bring him home. Thank you.
Amen.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there because we already heard what his dad said. His daddy sounded like a whole pastor. He's a very good speaker. Okay, he has a very strong father. Right, so that all being said, now, let me see what we have here. Hold on, beloveds. Okay, while I'm checking out updates, let's go to some footage. Okay, so I'm going to Armand's video where he's talking about Carrie Morgan. For those of you who were tuned in yesterday, you remember, oh, Nessa G said his father is a pastor. Okay, I can believe it because he absolutely sounded like one. Okay, so for somebody who said, why was he talking about the Bible? There you have your answer, because he's a pastor. Okay. And most people talk about the Bible and call God, you know, and call on the Most High and call on Jesus when these sorts of things happen. That's what we mostly do. Don't we pray? Okay. So now with that all being said, for those of you that tuned in yesterday, you may recall that I spoke to you about Carrie Morgan, who was Cassie's good friend, who Diddy went upside her head with a hanger. A wooden one, not a wire like in Mommy Dearest, but he went upside this girl's head because she was trying to defend Cassie or something. But anyway, here's Armand's, he's got a picture of her, and here's his spiel on that because he was right there when it all happened.
No longer friends with Carrie. They said, well, why are you not friends with Carrie Morgan? Cassie said, well, one day me and Carrie were at the house. We were about to do some drugs, and Diddy walked in and he saw it and he grabbed a wooden hanger and smacked the shit out of Carrie in the back of the head. And Carrie is white. So Carrie got the hell out of there and said, Cassie, take you and this black and I'll never talk to y'all again. Because they said that Diddy came with the wooden hanger. I guess they was Carrie and Cassie was breaking down the or whatever. Diddy came out the back and saw, and once he saw that, he came and smacked the shit out of Carrie with the wooden hanger. They said he cocked it back and smacked her like that in the back of the head, and Carrie said, "To hell with that, I'm out of here."
Armand is a darn fool. Okay, not I'm out of here. Okay, so anyway, with that all being said, hold on, I'll go to a few more of his clips. But now, Human Nature says Tory is getting his karma though. Y'all forget how he and his folks beat August Alsina and thought it was funny. I didn't forget about that, but that doesn't mean he needs to go to prison for 10 years for something he didn't do. At the end of the day, I don't know what was going on between him and August Alsina. I did see him punch him. Yeah, and that was wrong. But does that warrant a judicial system that's already set against people who look like me and involves prosecutorial misconduct, supposedly, and I'm pretty sure it does, and police covering up of evidence, I'm pretty sure it does. The things that happen to regular black folk, you think that's karma? Well, if that's what you think is karma, honey, I hope the rest of us black folk who clearly have karma coming our way don't get the same kind of karma he got, including you. Okay, because everybody has karma. We're not perfect. We all make mistakes. We all do bullshit. We all have things that we're not proud of, I'm sure. So everybody gets karma. That's the way the universe works. Okay, there's a universal law of karma. So do you want your karma to be the same as Tory's? I would have to ask questions about all of that, beloved. That doesn't sound like karma to me. That sounds like the white man keeping his foot on the black man's neck as usual, and how the judicial system, which is supposed to be justice, and how justice is supposed to be blind, clearly isn't. Because people like me get called out on things that we didn't even do, sent to prison for decades in some cases, and then only years later, at the end of our lives, when we only have a few years left to live, then they say you're exonerated because you weren't supposed to be convicted in the first place. That's how it happens on many occasions. Was it George Floyd's karma when Derek Chauvin put his knee in his neck? See, if we want to go that route, we could just go down the line of all the black people who've had injustices enacted upon them. Carmelo Anthony, for example, okay? Mr. Hinton, who took out the officer because the officer took out his son. We could all say the things that happened to them are their karma, okay? If that's what we want to say. And if we're going to say that police violence against people who look like us, social injustices against people who look like us, judicial system, a criminal justice system that is literally run by criminals. If we want to say all of that is based off of karma, then there's no need for any of us to protest. There's no need for any of us to try to send money to get our people out. There's no need for us to even complain then, is there? Okay, so is Trump sending military into our neighborhoods and saying that we have asked him to come and put more policing on us because we're afraid to walk across the street to buy a loaf of bread, which is all lies, by the way. So, but when Trump does that, is that going to be all of our karma? Please don't go there. I don't think that's the truth, okay? I don't think that's the truth. And who are you to say what his karma is? Only God can say that. Only God, okay, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so about to get into some more updates, but while I'm doing so, let me show you all a couple of clips. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Let me see what this is. Hold on, beloveds. Okay, here's a clip of Diddy's daughters and also Tyrone Blackburn. Now, Armand is not afraid to ask some questions to these people that some people may be afraid to ask. I'm going to share my screen.
You guys really sat through that whole case and kept your spirits high. I really like that for y'all. That was great. Keep your spirits up, y'all. You're doing great. And y'all are eating it. Y'all look good.
Step to the side, please.
Y'all are beautiful. Keep smiling. Keep your spirits up.
How you guys feeling? How'd it go today? Step to the side, please.
They did their thing in there.
How did you see your father today? Congratulations to NYU, Chet. Give us a little space. Give us a little space. Give us a little space. Step to the side. Excuse me. Give us a little space, please. Come on, give us a little space.
I really hate that for those beautiful girls. They definitely don't deserve to be going through any of this. Definitely don't deserve to be going through any of this. It's such a shame that the children have to suffer for the sins of the father. Good to see people trying to keep them encouraged and motivated, though. Okay, so hold on. Now, this is the one that gets me. What Armand asked Tyrone Blackburn. For those of you who don't remember Tyrone Blackburn, he is the attorney for Lil Rod, aka Ronnie Jones, and Liza Gardner. And Grace O'Marcaig as well, I do believe. The one that sued Christian King Combs.
We're subject to a gag order by the court. So I'm attorney Tyrone Blackburn, and then I have to make a mistake. So I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Are you representing anyone specifically?
Yes, several people.
Some of the victims?
Several of them.
Several of the victims. Okay. Thank you. What are you guys looking at?
Tyrone Blackbird.
How are you applying speeding?
Just answered her, and I told her they were not making any statements because of the drag order.
Thank you.
Just answered her question and said that I'm not making any statements because of the drag order.
How do you feel about people saying that you're a clout chasing lawyer?
Just like I answered that woman's question earlier, I'm not speaking as the symptom to the gag order. That's how I feel.
Her mind is so nefarious. He asked that man, how do you feel about people saying you're a clout chasing lawyer? I wouldn't have had the nerve to ask that man that, okay? I'm so sorry. Human Nature says August's religious father should know that the Bible says you reap what you sow. Yeah, that's true. That's true. August was messing around with Will Smith's wife too, so he might reap what he sows, beloved. Okay, so now let's go to the Breakfast Club. Y'all, I'm going to put up an overlay on this because y'all know they tried to give me a copyright claim the other day. It was YouTube, not the Breakfast Club, mind you. Okay, so that all being said, I'm going to put up an overlay on here so we can hear about Chris Brown, because that's who Lauren's been about to discuss. Okay, hold on.
So this news is breaking right now. Chris Brown was just arrested at his hotel in Manchester over a bottle attack in a nightclub. So the reports via The Sun and Daily Mail are that the Met Police arrested Chris Brown at 2 a.m. at the Lowry Hotel in Manchester. Now, they say that this arrest comes because of an incident that happened back in February of 2023, where he allegedly got into it with a music producer, and the music producer alleged that he was hit with a bottle and there was like a whole fight. So what they're reporting is that Chris Brown flew into Manchester Airport on a private jet yesterday afternoon, and then they became aware of his presence in the UK. So The Sun reached out to police there and they asked, was Chris Brown under arrest? And the Met detectives then say that they traveled to Manchester where they arrested Chris Brown at the hotel. They say that he was taken into custody and is thought to have been taken to a police station for questioning. The Met police released this. A 36-year-old man was arrested at a hotel in Manchester shortly after 200 hours on Thursday, the 15th of May, on suspicion of grievous bodily harm. He has been taken into custody where he remains. The arrest relates to an incident at a venue in Hanover Square on the 19th of February, 2023. And again, that incident that they're talking about is when the music producer said that it was an unprovoked attack that happened on him allegedly around 3 a.m. when Chris Brown and his entourage were at a club called Dirty Martini, and they got into it. So that is breaking right now. So there will be some updates there.
Okay, I'm going to let her finish because she also has some more Diddy updates. It looks like Human Nature said, Queen, you're 100% right. Only God can judge, and you're correct. Well, thank you, beloved. Now listen, but to your point, you're right too about karma, because we all have to get ours. And here's the thing, I'm not going in on you, but I just want y'all to keep in mind that some of these things, even if we don't like the people who are accused or who had the injustice enacted upon them, we need to be careful, because we as Black people, that can happen to any of us. You know, it's the same thing as when I told you guys that when they were illegally, Trump and his nefarious cabinet, when they were illegally shipping people out of here, and they sent that man over there to that El Salvadorian prison. That man's not even from El Salvador, and he wasn't even accused of any crimes or convicted of any crimes over here. Okay, he may have had a domestic dispute with his wife or whatever some time ago, but that was all. I think that was all dismissed because they said he didn't have any convictions. And the bottom line, I was trying to tell you all, because some people are like, oh, you're taking up for immigrants. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is, if they can do it to immigrants, who do you think they're going to do it to next? It'll be us. And I told you all that. And then what happened after I told you all that? We heard Trump on a hot mic telling the Salvadorian president Bukele that he's going to be sending American criminals over their necks. So who do you think he's talking about? And now, fast forward, we have him sitting up here lying, talking about we've been asking him to send the police to our community. No, we didn't. Nobody asked Trump that, at least nobody in their right mind, okay? And that's a lie anyway. We can't even go across the street and get a loaf of bread, okay? As if black communities are so riddled with crime. What about these mass shooters? What about these school shooters? These people don't look like us. Why doesn't he think that they need to be more highly policed? He didn't say anything about that. And then another thing is, he's letting these Caucasians who call themselves South Africans, he's letting them come over here talking about racism. Isn't that funny? These are the same people that have a place over there in South Africa where black people, Africans, real Africans, are not even allowed to go. So let's talk about racism. And these people are not Africans. I don't even know why they choose to call themselves that. These people are from Belgium. Okay, most of these people are from Belgium. They're not Africans. Okay, that just sounds crazy to me. Elon Musk said he's a South African. Now, Africans look like me. That's just the fact. Okay, they have melanin. They're drenched in it. Okay, so I just disagree with all of that at the end of the day. But I'm just telling you all, when you see this government of the United States doing shady things, you know, things that are unethical, immoral, and discriminatory and racially biased, you see them doing it to people that are immigrants, let's not forget that we're next on the line. Okay, so if we see them doing it to them, just know that the same thing can happen to us. That's what I was talking about. It's not necessarily that I'm defending anyone. I'm just saying that we know this country is run by a system of wanton supremacy, because these are people who want to be supreme and superior, though they are not. And see, if they actually were superior and supreme, there wouldn't need to be no reason for racism. Okay? But it's because they know that they're not, and they so desperately want to be. That's where the hatred comes in. Okay, so please pay attention. Now let's let Lauren cook, and I'm going to be getting these updates.
That's crazy. Free him right now, y'all. Go ahead, Jess.
Just about to fly out there and bail him out herself.
Yeah, she was like, what happened? Like, you would have thought that this was her real man when I said it in the room. Like, what happened?
Free him right now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
This happened so long ago.
It did. I don't know if maybe they were just waiting for him to get closer to bring him in for the question, or how that works. Because why can't you arrange something like that would have been my question. But
he don't live in that country.
Yeah, but you still know he's Chris Brown. You can know how to get to him to say, hey, we need you to turn yourself in for the question.
Yeah, you can't.
If I go back to that country,
they don't reach out.
That's crazy.
He should have known when he went back to the country that they had a warrant for him.
Yeah, because it had to be leading up, because this guy, he was alleging Chris Brown hit him over the head with a bottle, and at the entourage like got to kicking him on the floor, and then he had to go to the hospital, needed crutches. It was like a whole thing. But yes.
No, he didn't.
That's
he kicked him while they was on the floor.
Allegedly. That's what the man is alleging. He's alleging that Chris Brown and his entourage smashed him over the head with a bottle and then punched him and kicked him as he laid on the floor.
Well, you know, he may or may have done that. I don't know. We should wait until we get evidence and proof and receipts, because whoever this is could be lying to try to get a bag. Okay, there's lots of people who target celebrities to get money out of them and just tell whole lies. Okay, we need to, in my opinion, you see how people were going in on Tory, including myself, after I heard what Megan had to say. We should be a little bit more relaxed and jumping to conclusions, no matter what it looks like, because things are not always what they seem. We need to always make sure when it's somebody who looks like us, that before we rush to judgment, that we in fact have some receipts and proof. Okay, let's not listen to the media, because we know that they lie and paint narratives. Okay, let's not always be so quick to say that the people making the accusations are telling the truth, because sometimes people lie, as I've already proven to you a myriad of times, even throughout the Diddy trial, with people like Adria English, Lamisha Fuller, Courtney Burgess, okay, the nefarious lawyer Ariel Mitchell Kidd. Okay, I told you all of those people were lying from the get-go, and then it was proven that they were. All right, so let's continue. All I'm saying is give black people, if you're a black person, give a black person the benefit of the doubt, whether you like them or not, because that's what they do. That's what they do. And you should be asking yourselves, how come they're not talking about Harvey Weinstein's retrial? How come they haven't done documentaries on Peter Nygaard, okay, who was accused of some of the same things as Diddy, but even more worse, as far as I'm concerned? How come they haven't done documentaries on him? What about Vince McMahon, okay? What about all these other people that have been accused, okay? And we're not hearing anything else about those stories, okay? So please pay attention, whether we like Diddy or not, because y'all know I don't like Diddy, because I absolutely think Diddy had something to do with Tupac's demise. But at the end of the day, the truth is a light. And if they can do it to one person who looks like us, they can do it to any of us. That's why we should always give our people the benefit of the doubt at the very least, okay? Okay? If the Inkwell said our men are the target, absolutely, I believe it. Okay, and then somebody said that the day after Chris Brown posted saying free Tory, that then all of a sudden he's arrested. I find that interesting because I didn't even know that. Okay, Courtney says, hey, Queen, I just want you to know that I will be graduating with a BS in cybersecurity this Saturday. Thank you for the love and commentary. You're welcome, beloved, and shout out and congratulations to you. I absolutely love it. Okay, now when I was in college, you know, when I was working on my PhD, I was kind of interested in cybersecurity too. Okay, I was thinking about following in my uncle's footsteps to work for the FBI, but I thought better of it. And so I changed course, but that's really awesome. Congratulations, beloved. And thank you for your kind words and your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings.
That's crazy.
2 or 3 times. Yes. And Chris Brown was there because he has 10 dates coming up in the area. So
yes,
yeah, he was flying in to get ready for that. And
all sold out.
Okay, I know that's right. Yeah, so there'll be some updates there. Now, switching gears to some other beefs. Tamar Braxton and Lonnie Love. The drama continues. The saga continues. Tamar Braxton was on the Nene Leakes show, and she was talking about.
Damn it, I meant to watch that last night, but I fell asleep. I love me some Tamar Braxton. I know some of y'all don't like her, but she's a Pisces like me. Okay, now, hold on. I got some updates. We'll get back to Lauren in a minute. Let me see where I'm going here. Okay, so Estavio says, Miss Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them. Ventura says thank you, because she clearly didn't want to read them, I guess. Estavio says the O has lots of O's after them, right? Ventura says yes. Estavio says, after a freak off, you make love with Mr. Combs? She says yes. Estavio says, fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit? She says, I could understand that. Okay, let's read the message. I already read that. Okay, keep in mind, some of this may be repetitive because I'm going to different sites. And so some people are saying some of the same things, but some have a little bit more context. Okay, so now this is from 34 minutes ago. Ventura enters, the jury enters. Estavio says, let's turn to GX411. Okay, so this is obviously some evidence that is going to be put on exhibit. AUSA Johnson says it's not in evidence yet. Estavio says, so B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, I love our FOs when we both want it. You felt that? Ventura says, love and FOs were just words at that point. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, I don't know how you all feel about this, but here's the thing I want you all to pay attention to. I don't know if you all really have noticed this, but anytime Cassie was asked about some things that she said favorable to Diddy or that she said favorable about the FOs, she always had an excuse for that. Okay, that's why I'm telling y'all, I think that she was complicit in some of this stuff, and she's trying to minimize her culpability, in my opinion. Okay, at the end of the day, remember how she was acting all sweet and innocent, said that she didn't know anything about SEX. She didn't really know about that kind of SEX or about fellatio, that Diddy was her first adult relationship, which is a lie. It's a lie. Okay, Cassie told a lie, okay? Because Ryan Leslie was with her before Diddy, and that was an adult relationship. Now, with that all being said, now when she's being asked about saying that she loved these freak offs, remember on yesterday, On direct examination, she told the prosecution that the only reason she was telling Diddy she wanted the FOs and liked them is because that's the only time she got to spend with him. Okay, now that may or may not be true, but that's to me her giving an excuse for why she said she liked it. I think she did like it. Not all the time, okay? Not all the time, but I think that at some point she did actually like these things. All right, that doesn't excuse Diddy's nefariousness, but I'm just telling you, this is all things that the jury is likely taking notes on. And remember, all they need is one. Okay, so Cassie, I think she should have just been better off telling the whole truth and nothing but, and stop trying to minimize her culpability, because she's not the one on trial. Diddy's ass is. Okay, but let me continue. So now goes on to say, she says the loving FOs were just words at that point. Well, they're words that you said, ma'am. Okay, so then Estavio says something about supplies. Hold on, let me see if I missed anything. Okay, so clearly he's leaving some stuff out because he's probably in a rush when he's typing this stuff or whatever, but goes on to say, Estavio says, here, what do you say? Ventura says, I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. Estavio says, he said Montage. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there? Ventura said, SCXual supplies. Estavio says, what supplies? Ventura says, lubricants, outfits. Estavio says, he says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What do you say? She says, yes. Estavio says, you wrote, I left the iPad. Ventura says, I don't know whose iPad this meant. She probably doesn't remember because it's been a while ago. Okay, so Estavio says, he tells you, you better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated. You don't answer his text fast enough. Ventura says, right. Estavio says, you tell him to come to NYC, understanding there could be a freak out. Ventura said, maybe. All right, let's listen to Lauren. I'm going to keep getting these updates.
Where she's at right now with Lonnie Love and the whole real situation. Mm-hmm. And she had this to say about Lonnie Love. Let's take a listen to Tamar on Lonnie Love.
I was asked to be on the Real, and this was in the beginning of the process of them casting. I'm sure it was Tamar and the other girls, but I was asked to be one of the first girls when the show first originally started. I had the contract, and I ended up not doing the Real, and they ended up casting Lonnie Love. I was on Real Housewives.
Okay, Elon Connell says, stop. Diddy is a distraction. Well, you know, he could be a distraction for you, beloved, but nothing distracts the queen. You know, we talk about distractions on here, and distractions are only for people that have one-track minds. People who can multitask, people who can focus their thoughts and energies on different things at the same time. Okay, on here, we cover not only Diddy's case, we cover other trending topics. We cover politics and talk about Trump. We go in on Trump on a regular. Okay, we talk about a myriad of things. So clearly, we're not distracted, beloved. So if you sit long enough, you'll find that all out. So please pay attention. But let's continue.
Of Atlanta. So I just did not do the Real. But Tamar ultimately did the Real.
I wish they would have told me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
I had
Tamar.
in creating the show. That's why I'm saying I wish they would have told me that, because I wouldn't have cast Big Back Cadillac.
I'm finna get ready to leave.
I stopped watching The Real years ago as soon as they kicked Tamar off of there, and the show was terrible without her as far as I'm concerned. It was trash. Okay, so now here is another update. Messages about freak-offs, because Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs are being read, and these text messages are being read and shown to the jury now. In one conversation from March of 2017, this is after the nefarious fight at the hotel. In fact, it's a year later, because the fight at the hotel was March the 5th of 2016. This is March the 17th. Ventura told Combs to stop playing the victim. Okay, that's all you wanted. And that's why I was upset, she said. Okay, I love our freak-offs when we both want it. All right. Ventura testified that I would say that loving freak-offs were just words at that point. Okay, the jury then saw messages of Combs and Ventura planning and preparing for a freak-off. Ventura confirmed that there were times Combs picked up supplies and contacted escorts for them. The jury is seeing messages of Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura planning and preparing for a freak-off. Ventura confirmed that there were times Combs picked up supplies and contacted the escorts. Okay, they have this twice for some reason. Now, in an exchange from 2017, Combs told Ventura he was making plans for the freak off. Defense attorney Ana Estavio read aloud some of the text messages from Diddy. He said, "Didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. Let me know to stop." Okay, so it's like he's asking her, let me know if you want me to stop. Okay, surprise package coming from out of state, he says. And then he says, just let me know if I'm headed in the wrong direction so I can cancel. Now, this sounds like Diddy's asking her about the freak off. Say, hey, I'm planning the freak offs. I haven't heard from you. And if you don't want to do this, just let me know. So that's all going in his favor right there. I can tell you that right now. All right, this is all going in his favor. I can tell you that right now. Okay, so Human Nature says she said her and Diddy were getting these guys from Craigslist and not making them wear protection. Her and Diddy must have STDs. Ain't no way they escape disease. Honey, I believe they do. Jonathan Oddie said that Diddy gave him herpes. Okay, and let's not forget all these other people who allegedly had herpes. Okay, like Usher was sued for it. Okay, I'm just saying, honey, at the end of the day, all these people ran in the same circles. They said that Dallas Austin had herpes. This is all alleged, mind you. They said Chili had herpes. This is all alleged. Mind you, Chili used to date Usher, who they said had herpes. I mean, just it's all crazy, right? I know. But I think there's a whole lot of STDs floating around in Hollywood and the music industry, because probably Diddy wasn't the only one having freak offs, is all I'm saying. And I don't mean, I'm not just talking about the people that likely came to his parties or whatever, but I'm saying some of these people had parties of their own and probably did some of the same stuff Diddy was doing. Okay, please pay attention when you think about the fact that Cassie was talking about the waterworks, the golden showers, and that's the same thing they said about R. Kelly. And like I told you all, my source told me that this right here, some of the stuff we're hearing is graphic, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. So these people get down with a whole lot more dirt and not just golden showers. I'm talking about funky chunks, and y'all know what I'm talking about. It's gross. I don't even get into it. It's disgusting. Okay, but anyway, let's keep listening.
We probably would be in our 10th season by now. Thanks. Ain't that dumb?
I can't believe they're still talking about the real, but I get it because it's Nene's story, and Nene would have been damn good.
I said that. I'm like, yo, she'd have been so fire on the real.
Yeah.
Oh, she said big back Cadillac.
Yes.
I thought she said big black Cadillac. I was confused.
Either way, it's horrible.
Damn, Tamar, you think?
No, she said it a couple times too.
Tamar, you think Lonnie's a whole Escalade? Like, God damn.
She was talking about Lonnie when she said big back Cadillac. That is what Lonnie is. I don't like Lonnie Love, never did. Okay, Human Nature said when Cassie described frequent sores in her mouth, it sounded like, yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like. I absolutely agree. I mean, if Diddy had it, she probably did have it, because how could she avoid it? And Diddy's nasty as hell, because if you have those things and you're out here having unprotected stuff with people, you likely are giving it to them too. Diddy's just trifling. This is all gross. Okay, this is all gross. That's what it all sounds like, but let's keep listening.
A 7-seater? Lonnie not that big now. That's wrong.
No.
You can't call somebody a whole ESV with maximum cargo capacity. That's just
Charlamagne.
If they that big.
No, but Lonnie ain't that big.
But the car description and the amount of seats in the rows, the 3-door.
I used to have a 2002 Cadillac, and it had 300,000 miles on it. So I like Cadillac trucks. So the truck that's big is the ESV. That's the biggest one they got. That's right. So when you talk about the cargo capacity that it got in the back that would look wide like a big back, it would be that. But Lonnie ain't no big back Cadillac now.
What is she like?
Huh?
You heard her. If you can, you can.
What's she?
L. Cod L says, so ridiculous. This is turned into gossip. It's been gossip. It's called celebrity gossip, beloved. We covered that on this channel. I mean, if you don't like it, why are you tuned in? I have several questions. If I didn't want to hear gossip, I damn sure wouldn't be listening to a channel that's talking about celebrity gossip. That's exactly what it is. It didn't turn into gossip. It was always gossip. Please pay attention.
Like
Lonnie is a great person, and she's also a comedian. So yes. Lonnie, don't get offended. You got to return fire.
Not.
Yeah, return fire. Where the jokes at?
She not.
Because Big Back Cadillac is hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Wrong, but hilarious.
And the way Tamar said it, you heard how they got quiet. She brought it back in again. She said it again after they got quiet. She brought it back in. She said, yeah, because she just was she was casually Big Back Cadillacing. Like she just kept bringing it back in.
But y'all remember that one moment where Tamar was saying somebody said she looked like a Muppet, and Lonnie Love looked like she wanted to bust out laughing. And Tamar probably never forgot that.
Exactly.
Yeah, Lonnie just got a return fire. That's all. You can't. Don't let nobody call you a big bad Cadillac.
And
if you are, then you like an XT5 or XT6. You ain't the goddamn big
Escalade.
Yeah, you ain't the big joint. You know what I
They're
mean?
gonna have us Googling all the
Big
different
back Cadillac.
The Escalade is the big.
I would say
one.
like
the other
a-
ones are the smaller versions. Those are like the hybrid.
Like a
type
Forerunner.
Like a Forerunner.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Big back Cadillac.
All right.
Jess, did you just say Pathfinder?
Big back Cadillac.
yeah.
That's a Forerunner.
Okay, so Cassandra Ventura is now testifying about other women Sean Diddy Combs spent time with while the two of them were dating. Ventura testified that she had some jealousy of Miss Porter, referring to Kim Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs. Porter died in 2018. And also, let's not forget that they did say previously, it was reported that Cassie used to laugh when Diddy would do things to Kim, like beat on her. Okay. With that all being said, Ventura confirmed that it would upset her when Combs would spend holidays with his family in Porter, even though the two were no longer in a romantic relationship. So she thought, because Diddy was still in a romantic relationship with Kim for a time, at least when he first started dating Cassie. That's why he kept Cassie behind closed doors and didn't announce to people that he was even dating her. Okay, so anyway, Ventura also testified that she learned Combs was spending time with a woman called Gina in April of 2014. That's right. Diddy was also messing with Gina Hoon when he was messing with Cassie at the same time for about 5 whole years, according to Gina. Okay. She and Combs also argued with Combs. She and Combs also argued with Combs. I think that means she argued with Combs about other women. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Cassie's testifying to the fact that Gina also argued with Combs. Okay, when she's saying she's talking about Gina also argued with Combs about being romantically involved with other women. Now that should be stricken because that's hearsay. Did she hear Gina arguing with Combs, or does she's heard that? Because that's hearsay. I'm gonna see if they bring that up. That's hearsay. It's irrelevant. Hearsay is inadmissible in the court of law. But let's keep listening to Lauren.
Forerunner, oh my God.
Just where the jokes, Lonnie. I don't like when comedians get offended. I want comedians to come with the jokes.
She not
Tamar not even. Oh, she not offended?
No.
Oh, okay, because Tamar not a comedian. She just funny. So if you gonna be funny, I'm gonna be funny too. That's all.
Well, Lonnie gonna say something.
For those who don't remember and why they even beefing, it's because after Tamar Braxton left The Real, she had started talking about the fact that she felt like Lonnie Love had something to do with her possible exit. So it's been a little bit of weirdness but since then. And Lonnie Love came out and said, yo, she's welcome back when the show was still happening. It's like a whole thing from that. That show is still shaking the girls up. Yes.
Still kicking.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren, ain't you going back to the courthouse today?
Yes, Lord.
For the Diddy case?
Yes. Long days. I'm going back today. And the prosecution is going to, the defense is going to get their chance, Diddy's attorney, to come and have a conversation with Cassie. And after the claim she made yesterday, baby, I am like clenching my pearls for her.
I seen something else that was trending yesterday that they said that she explained this, the time where they said that they were cordial and Diddy allegedly raped her.
Yes.
What happened there?
So she said that after she had kind of but after she had finally stopped dealing with him, they were in a good space. They used to check in on each other. One day they decided to go to dinner. She said for her, the dinner was closure. They went out. It was fun. They had a good time. He went back to her place. And during the
I'm sorry, but Cassie must have been really, really in love with Diddy to go back to him after all this stuff she claims he made her do and all these things that he did to her, including these beatings and stompings and all of that. Honey, I wouldn't have wanted any closure. The closure would have been when I got the hell away from him. And to go out and sit and have dinner with this whole monster that she's claimed that he is, I would never have done it. Honey, he wouldn't have gotten the time of day. Also, Cassie was there for Diddy when Kim Porter died. That's likely why she was at the funeral, to show her respect and also to be there to comfort Diddy, which I find very interesting because this is around the time that she said he raped her. It was in 2018, and she went to the funeral even after she claims that he raped her. Honey, there's no way in hell I would have done anything for Diddy except going to the police. Please pay attention.
The time that he was at her place, she says that he raped her on the floor in her apartment. That's what she alleges, right? Mm-hmm. So then after that, she saw him again. Like in a matter of weeks, she saw him again after that. She hung out with him, agreed to voluntarily. She was still
with Alex Fine during this time, allegedly, right?
She wasn't with him exclusively from the way she made it seem. They were dating though. Okay.
Okay, so now Cassie's saying that during this time in 2018, she wasn't exclusively with Alex Fine, but they were dating. So what does that say? This stuff is making her look kind of sketchy, in my opinion. I don't know how the defense is going to roll with it, but Is that why the defense wants Alex Fine to come and have this, to come and speak to the fact that she's accusing Diddy of raping her in 2018? Because that's what they want. They want Alex to come, and that's why they wanted him to leave the courtroom yesterday, so that he wouldn't hear that part of Cassie's testimony, so that he wouldn't basically be able to feed off of what she said and corroborate what she said. But here's the thing. I'm quite sure that they talked about it last night, what he's going to say, okay, and what she's going to say, because here we are. But at the end of the day, Dr. Duke says Cassie was a concubine and thought she was promoted to main squeeze after Kim because Diddy took her out in public every now and again. Yeah, I absolutely believe that's what that was. Okay. Elion Con-El says, so for 10 years, and she's seen everything. So she for 10 years seen everything and did nothing in 10 years. That bag she tried to take out on the video was full of money. I don't know if that bag was full of money. Some people did say that, but in my opinion, even if that bag was full of money, Diddy didn't have any business beating her like he did. He could have just snatched the bag from her and gone back to the room, but he did all that extra, and that's why he's sitting right where he is. Because if you ask me, if they didn't have that video of Diddy beating the crap out of Cassie, Diddy wouldn't even really be having anything to worry about. Okay, but now they had that video and it paints him as the person who he really is. That's who he really is. Diddy just beats women, and I believe he beats women and has always beaten these women. Because remember, I told you all how he beat his girlfriend in college. Okay, the whole Rolling Stone thing, where 50 people who knew him in the past came and spoke about him, and they said that Diddy beat his girlfriend back then on the college campus with a belt. Diddy is a man who likes men and doesn't want to come out and live his lifestyle and be his true self. He's hiding on the DL, I do believe. And at the end of the day, this is why he has, in my opinion, some sort of vendetta or some sort of resentment for women. And it really shows, because the way he objectifies them and puts hands on them. And even Kim Porter, whom I think he actually did love Kim to a degree. But at the end of the day, let's not forget that they said he beat her too, even broke her nose. But Kim fought his behind back and sent him to the hospital. Okay, rest in peace to Kim Porter.
Her getting with him exclusively didn't happen until after that, but I believe that they're definitely going to bring that up, because even after this whole, like, you know, what she alleges with the rape, after that, they then, once she now gets with Alex Fine, there's conversations between her and Puff where Puff is like, yo, you owe me some money. We've seen those text messages. They came out with after her lawsuit was filed. He wanted money back because he was paying Alex Fine at one point to be her fitness trainer, and he's like, run me my money for what I paid him, since that's your man, and stop playing with me because there's skeletons in your closet. You know, you got a lot of work on these tablets and these laptops. So again, that's him threatening her with those videos. And the prosecution said, well, what do you think he meant by that? And she said, the videos are the freak off. Like, that was always the thing that they went back to.
I seen people saying that in the comments that, you know, how could she be raped one day and then a week later have consensual sex with him? And she explained that too, right?
She said that if you love somebody for over 10 plus years, you can't just let that go. Who are we to, I was gonna say, who are we to judge? It needs to be a jury, but it literally is a jury that is judging that. But it was crazy hearing it though. Like 10, 11 years for me personally, I couldn't go back to somebody that allegedly raped me. I don't care how many years we spent together.
I have to agree. If Diddy is all of the things that she says and did all the things that she claims and made her do all the things that she says, why in the hell would you go back to him? Honey, Diddy couldn't tell me the time of day. Okay, I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire. Okay, and I understand about victims, you know, and Stockholm Syndrome and all of that. But at the end of the day, once you're gone, stay gone. You don't go back to somebody who's that violent. And if you fear for your life, really, you should not even ever want to be in private or alone with them again. And that's just how I see. Okay, but at the end of the day, let's keep listening. Oh, hold on. Here's a couple of more updates. Okay, so the last I told you was when Estavio was questioning her, and she says, I was really upset. She said Combs denied the relationship. This is basically when she asked him about Gina, okay, and Kim, and she said, I was really upset. She said Combs denied the relationship to an extent, but added that she and Combs argued multiple times about him getting back together with Gina. She and Combs also argued with Combs about other women. Ventura said Combs was also suspicious that she was romantically involved with other men. Well, that's because he was a liar and a cheater. And people who lie and cheat, they don't It's very hard for them to trust other people, and that's because they know what they're in fact doing. Okay, that's how that goes. So defense attorney Ana Estavio reviewed some text messages with Cassie Ventura from a 17-page text exchange between her and Sean Diddy Combs. Now, in the thread, the couple was planning for Combs to join her in New York City for the weekend. The jury also saw texts between them planning to see the Book of Mormon, okay, and about escorts and a sex club. Planning to see the Book of Mormon and about escorts to see an sex club. Okay, now when Estavio moved on to another exhibit, Ventura said, this isn't about what I feel is relevant now, right? Because there's a lot we skipped over. Okay, so that's what she's saying, that they skipped over some. So Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney, Ana Estavio, has spent the day questioning the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, with a focus on certain text messages from early in their relationship that appeared to reflect the open communication between the pair. Attorney and legal affairs commentator Ariva Martin told CNN that this line of questioning was expected from the defense during cross-examination and was something Combs' attorneys had established from her opening statement. They say a big part of her case is trying to get this jury to believe Cassie Ventura was a consenting adult in these sexual acts, these freak-offs that we've heard so much about during her direct testimony. Okay, she went on to say that so a lot of what the defense has been doing today during the cross-examination is showing text messages and getting Cassie Ventura to acknowledge that according to these text messages, she was a willing participant in some of the freak-offs. What the defense hasn't yet done is make the connection between those text messages in the early stages of the relationship and the violence that we heard so much about during the direct testimony on yesterday. Martin also added that upon redirect, the prosecution may try to link the violence that happened later in the relationship to her participation and make the argument still that she was being coerced into this commercial or these commercial acts. Well, you know, this is what I told you all was going to happen. This is what I told you I was going to happen. Now, it says when women on social media would often claim to have a relationship with Sean Diddy Combs, his ex-girlfriend Cassie testified. It happened often enough that I don't know that I would remember every single one, she said. Defense attorney Ana Estavio asked if Ventura would react when she saw Combs with other women. She said yes, mainly Gina. She confirmed that a woman called Gina was the main problem in their relationship. You know, and I think that would be the case because Gina was very attractive and she has this exotic look, just like Cassie. And I definitely think Cassie viewed Gina as so much of a threat. Okay. Human Nature says, I love Janice Combs' Party City wigs and Donna Summer's disco glasses. Okay, hold on. Let me read a few more comments, then I'll get back to it. Greta says, I'm sure Diddy's daughters are ashamed. Just think they have to face the world with this stain. Yeah, I hate it for them. I absolutely hate it for them. Okay, so let me see. Keith says she is an outright victim. Rich men use their money to manipulate young women. Shannon. Yeah, they do. These young women put themselves in vulnerable positions because they know that these men have money. But like I told you guys on yesterday, my grandmother always taught us that when you are a kept woman, you're going to pay for every bit of it. Okay. Nobody's going to be taking care of you and giving you all this cash and paying all your bills and all this and that without some things attached that you may not like. Okay, so the best thing to do is to make your own money and stand on your own 2 feet. Okay, and leave the sugar daddies alone because these men feel like I pay the cost to be the boss. That's how that goes. Okay, that's how it goes. So Greta says $30,000 to $50,000 monthly allowance cushioned the beatings for Cassie because no way if Diddy did not have money, she would have taken those beats. Honey, I said that yesterday. There's no way in hell Cassie would have put up with any of this stuff that she put up with a dude who was working at FedEx from 9 to 5. That wouldn't happen. Her and any of these other women.
I couldn't do that. But again, it's not for me to judge. I'm just an ear in the court.
You know, there is no way Diddy's defense team will come off not looking like monsters.
Yo.
There is no way Diddy's defense team will come off not looking like monsters when they go back at Cassie. There's no way Diddy's defense team can press Cassie without admitting Diddy did commit crimes. And
But they've already admitted that Diddy did crimes. They've already admitted that Diddy's a monster. They've all said that he was violent, he was had a nasty attitude and all of that. What they're trying to do is prove that he's on trial for his anger, for his toxic domestic violence filled and fueled relationship, and that it wasn't trafficking. That's what the defense's job is to prove. Now, will they be able to prove it? I do not know at the end of the day. Okay, I don't know if they're going to be able to prove it, but they got their work cut out for them. I'll say that much.
And Cassie already said a lot of these things, you know, she did want to do until she didn't.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't mean that they weren't committing crimes. So I don't know what Diddy's defense.
But see, what Charlemagne is saying, Charlemagne is right to a degree, but what he's saying is he's acting as if everything Cassie's saying is true. The thing is, the jurors will have to decide whether or not they believe everything Cassie is saying. Because yes, she is saying that, you know, she didn't want to do some of this stuff. Diddy made her do some of these things, but there's already been inconsistencies in the statements. Because remember, on the day that the S worker testified, he said that Cassie told him to do the golden shower on her. He also said that both Cassie and Diddy explained to him how to do it. Cassie said that Diddy told the S workers to do it. She never said that she told them to do it. So I don't know how the jury is taking that, if they even caught it or what they think about that. But the bottom line is Charlemagne is right to a degree, but the thing is, doesn't matter what we think because we're on the outside looking in. What matters is what the jury thinks. How is the jury processing this information and this evidence is being presented? Are they in fact catching the inconsistencies in what Cassie said as opposed to what the S worker said? And if so, who do they in fact believe, the S worker or Cassie? Because in my opinion, the S worker has no motivation to tell a lie. Cassie, well, we could say that she does because she's already said certain things in that lawsuit, and we know at the time of the lawsuit she wanted money. She'd already been talking about the money for 6 whole months. They sent the copy of her book to Diddy's team for the civil lawsuit. They were basically telling them, look, either y'all give us this money or we're going to release this book. And so they gave the insurance companies gave Cassie the money, not Diddy. Diddy didn't want to settle. He was dead set against it. And I believe that the main reason Diddy didn't want to settle is because, for one, he didn't think it would go to this. And also because he didn't want to give Cassie a darn dime because he knew that she's with a trainer that he hired. And he felt slighted by that. And he clearly was pressed. And if you see these text messages that they've used for evidence, they've already let it be known that Diddy was upset and wanted his money back for ever even paying Alex Fine to train Cassie in the first place. So if he wanted those little coins back, because I know he didn't pay that man a whole bunch of money as a trainer, but at the end of the day, how do you think he felt when they come asking him for $30 million? He darn sure didn't want to give it to him. And he was probably ticked off when the insurance company decided to pay her so quickly.
Team.
We're the hosts of Mind the Business, Small Business Success Stories, a podcast brought to you by Intuit QuickBooks and iHeartMedia's Ruby Studio.
Can do in this
I
situation.
think I wrote a list yesterday of everything I think they're gonna lean into. I think they're gonna lean into her because the way she set up how she asked for or why she asked for the money, I think they're gonna try and make it seem more like a shakedown and vengeful. I think they're gonna bring up the timeline of the men she was dealing with.
I'm not trying to be funny, but it was a shakedown. Y'all don't think it was a shakedown when Cassie was asking Diddy for the $30 million? And then she said they sent him some of the book and telling them basically, we're going to release this book if y'all don't give us money. That is a shakedown. That is a shakedown, period. Now, I'm not saying she doesn't deserve the money for what happened to her at the end of the day, but let's be honest, it was a shakedown. And I think her husband, Alex Fine, is the one who put her up to asking for that money. Because we know him being a trainer, he ain't making no money like that. They're not living that. They weren't living that lavish lifestyle until Diddy's team, his insurance companies gave them that $20 million. Now they're living high at the hog. Now you see them at Fashion Week or wherever they were with that expensive leather outfits on and all that. That's what you now see. But they didn't have money like that. So I think Alex absolutely wanted her to sue Diddy. And I'm not saying that Diddy shouldn't have been sued, but I'm just telling you what I think. Okay, so now with that all being said, the court is now on a brief break. Remember, Cassie gets a break every 90 minutes because of her pregnancy, okay? So he said, no, it's not a shakedown. It's a woman getting recompense and retribution. I mean, that's your opinion, beloved. And we're all entitled to ours. Here's the thing. All of these women that sued Diddy, it's funny that they all went to file civil lawsuits to get money, but none of them went to the police and filed a police report. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Clearly a shakedown. That's just what it is. If it weren't a shakedown, somebody would have gone to the police, period.
Because even with Kid Cudi, she says, I was at a freak off and then I went to Kid Cudi. So they're going to try and bring in like the timeline of men she was dealing with to show like, okay, you were lying to him too and causing him to be this upset.
I get what you're saying, but that don't justify anything he did.
At all. It doesn't. But I think that's where they're going to go. I think they definitely going to lean into the fact that she's admitted that she's placed calls to escorts, that they have her on text asking to do free calls.
So she was part of this criminal enterprise. But if you're trying to prove that he wasn't running a criminal enterprise, you jamming yourself up.
That's
with
why
that.
I said yesterday.
Diddy's defense.
I mean, and I get what y'all saying that it's too early to make an indefinite decision. But I always make sure I say before I say how I felt at the end of the day. I backed away.
Just tapped out.
Adrian makes a very good point, saying if these women went to the police first, there wouldn't be other victims, okay? Because Diddy could have gotten arrested and been, facing charges a whole lot sooner. Okay, you're right about that. There could have been possibly less victims. Like I said, nobody bothered to go to the police. And they can say, oh, I was scared, this, that, and the third. But the bottom line is y'all weren't too scared to file these civil suits to get your money on. Okay, so miss me with it. It is what it is. And I don't even like Diddy, but the truth is the truth. Okay? It's the truth.
Back the hell away. I gave up just right now on this show.
It's okay.
She just
abort mission. It's cool.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, when you leave, you do have a feeling of like, oh shoot, this is how I feel today. Yesterday when I left, I felt like, yo.
Your feelings gonna change as you hear more.
Yeah, like I don't think that everything that they trying to throw at him is gonna stick, but I definitely think that even through her testimony and through them doing their cross, they're gonna have to admit to something.
Well, here's the thing, Lauren. And by the way, I'm just being objective here.
Go ahead.
You said that everything that they throw at him is not gonna stick. It's only day 3.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't know what they throwing at him.
And day 4, day 5, day 6,
Charlamagne sitting there acting like he has legal expertise. Charlamagne, sit down somewhere. You're not even in the courtroom. Lauren is, okay? She's in there, so I think I'm going to go with what she says more so than Charlamagne the devil. And here's the thing. Charlamagne, you, in my opinion, shouldn't be talking about this trial because you've been accused of assault yourself, buddy. And the only reason that he didn't get convicted is because the victim's mother didn't want her to be re-traumatized and didn't want her to have to go to trial because she was only, 15 or 16? Charlamagne, please, I'm going to need you to sit down and take several seats, sir, and let Lauren cook.
My opinion is going to change, and I'll be right here talking about it.
But you got 8 weeks is what I'm saying.
Well, she got to get to court now.
Yeah, I got to get to court now.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, here's the thing. This is how you know that at the end of the day, they pick and choose who they want to take down. Because how is Charlamagne how is he still eating? How is he still on the Breakfast Club and all that? I have several questions. Charlamagne, you had them accusations, and he even out of his own mouth said and admitted that he supposedly gave his own wife when they were dating some Spanish fly. Y'all remember that? Charlamagne, please sit down somewhere, okay? As far as I'm concerned, you're no better than Diddy. Okay? Facts.
But I think that people need to be real about having a feeling once you hear and you see all this stuff, and it's okay.
And what about this last question? What about the enablers? Because I'm hearing that there were a lot of people there that actually seen him allegedly beat her and kick her and stomp her out.
Let me tell y'all one story.
What about those people?
Real quick. There, D-Rock, who they keep bringing up in court, who was the head of Puff Security, and he's a really good friend of Diddy's. She talked about one time where she was beat so bad they couldn't even check her into a hotel because they didn't want her to walk into a hotel, so she had to hide out at Diddy's house. And she would come downstairs in Diddy's house alone. And like one time he said to her, "My sons are here. I don't want you to see them. I don't want them to see you like this. Go put on more makeup," right? And she said that time when D-Rock and them saw her after that incident, D-Rock and Jay Cruz, with another person working for Diddy, they literally were in tears when they saw her. And she went to D-Rock in his wife's home because they would kind of, just help her out a bit. But she still went back that next day. Like after she left D-Rock and his wife's house, she went to Puff's house, and she was, and even after the Kid Cudi stuff, she went to Puff's house and she's getting ready for these events, and we're seeing her on carpets and stuff. But yeah, there were a ton of people that they were bringing in. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that is you're complicit in watching it happen. But yeah. But I mean, it was sad.
I was going to say.
Here's the thing. They can't really be mad at the people who knew this was going on and say they didn't do anything because Cassie didn't do anything herself. Here's the bottom line. if you're in a domestic violence relationship and somebody's doing these things to you, putting hands on you, whatever, other people getting in is only gonna make the situation worse, because now they run the risk of having Diddy sending the goons on them. Okay, the bottom line is you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. That should be abundantly obvious. Cassie left Diddy and then even went back and then went to comfort him after Kim Porter's passing. She went and sat down and had dinner with him and all of that. Every time Diddy beat her and she'd leave, she'd always come back. Now, sometimes she claims that his people would bring her back, but sometimes she voluntarily came back, even under the worst of the beatings. And let's not forget that the S worker testified that he even asked Cassie, why are you with this dude? And she said, it's okay. Now, I'm sure she was manipulated and all of that, maybe even suffering from Stockholm syndrome. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, they couldn't stop Cassie from going back to Diddy. Now, they obviously didn't like what Diddy was doing, but if she's going to keep going back, why would they sit there and risk putting themselves possibly in danger? You know, when she's going to do what she wants to do anyway. She was an adult at the end of the day. Diddy was just, I don't know, Diddy had her under mind control probably to a degree, in my opinion. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it was, well, you know, she may have been suffering from Stockholm syndrome, but she definitely isn't suffering from that now, because when you have Stockholm syndrome, you try to protect your abuser. And I think Cassie may have done that in some cases. And so, you know, if she was putting up with it, people only can do so much. That's all I'm saying.
Why they ain't say nothing?
It's a lot of people, I'm sure, that didn't say things.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
All right.
it was really bad.
Well, thank you. Well, you're heading back to court now, and then we'll see you tomorrow as you give us some more updates. Appreciate you. All right, that's the latest with Lauren. Now let's get to the mix. It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Wake that ass up early in the morning.
Okay, so with that all being said, let's continue with the updates. Did y'all see somebody in here going in on us, honey? Keith Addison called us some black devils, mad because he doesn't like what's being said. I don't know who the hell he thinks he is, honey. See, the thing about people like that, they'll talk trash in the comments, honey. That's what they'll do. I wasn't even gonna drop him the link, because he'd have made me get this whole live shut down, what I would have told him. Okay, so with that, first thing I would have done is start talking about that DNA. And I know he don't want to hear about that. Okay, so with that all being said, let's go to the next, let's see what's going on, because they're on break. They're on break, but let me go to another source and see if there's anything I missed while we're waiting for the court to convene. I mean, not convene, for, hold on. What is this? Okay, so remember when they talked about the Book of Mormon? Okay, here's another update on that. Let me see if they have add more context. So Estavio says you also saw the Book of Mormon. Ventura laughs. Estavio says masked pleasure. Is that an SEX club? Ventura says, I would assume. Estavio says, he asked, are you ready for tonight? What do you say? Ventura says, yes, I have to get some things. Okay, Estavio then says, you wanted to be the main girlfriend? Ventura said in 2013, yes. Estavio said, you saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right? Ventura said, can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations. Okay, Estavio said, did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Muscuddy, which is Kid Cudi? She says, yes. Estavio says, Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Cudi. I mean, Mr. Muscuddy. Ventura says, yes. Okay, so we'll wait for them to come back from the break. Now, you all sit tight. I'm going to put on some intermission music while I gather more receipts. Thank you for your patience, beloveds. Please bear with me. Y'all know I'm multitasking.
Light shining down In the moonlight glow, can't help but feel this connection flow with every move. Go along the floor where you smile. Makes me want more. Heartbeat and sing. At the sound of soul, tonight we dance. Just lose control. I can't resist. The way you move is in a bliss. Your eyes vision. The stars above, this night is ours. Wrapped in our love, the madness flame. Our melody sweet, can't help but feel the rhythm in my feet. Even my feet. Like the rest is spin. On those to dance, where we both live. You got that groove. Throw your piece.
Okay, so I'm going to this CBS to their updates. And I'll still be looking for more at the same time.
The courtroom. It is day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura.
Y'all stay tuned. I'm about to read these text messages. My source just texted me saying that Diddy, the judge just gave Diddy grounds for an appeal. See, I'm telling y'all, I've been telling y'all this was going to happen. So y'all just keep listening while I read these text messages so I can report back.
Her responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, "Did you feel two ways about those freak-offs?" To which she answered, "Yes." Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
Open your world to all that SeaWorld has to discover. There's so much more to SeaWorld than ever before. Save up to $70 on tickets.
It is day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, "Did you feel two ways about those freak-offs?" To which she answered, "Yes." Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
I love LA. I love it. We love everybody. Very happy. 'Cause the sun is shining all the time. It's like another perfect day. I love LA.
Nothing like it.
It is day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours.
Okay, so let me say this really quick. So my source was just saying that basically they said the same thing that I said. Remember when I pointed out to you all that the judge said that the defense only has a day and a half to talk to Cassie because that's how long the prosecution had? My friend said that was, and mind you, my friend is an attorney. Okay, they said that's prejudicial. It seems it's prejudicial, but also they said that it's normal for the defense to need more time than the prosecution. This is the prosecution's star witness. This is the same thing I told you all. I said the prosecution's not going to go in on her because she's working for them right now. The defense has a whole lot more questions, I'm sure, than the prosecution. So why does it make sense for them to have equal allotted amounts of time? Now, my friend is basically saying that this definitely will be grounds for an appeal. Okay, I already told you all that. I told y'all, please pay attention, honey. All right. They're doing a whole lot in this case that's just not really, it's not good, because Diddy's coming right back on appeal, guilty or not, convicted or not. He's coming back and he might get this stuff overturned. Okay, thanks to these F-ups they're making, for as I'm concerned.
Of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
As we age, we get lines, and that's okay, but our makeup needs change. Traditional powdery foundations can make you look worse. They sink into your lines and dry down your skin. We need a foundation that is equal parts skincare and makeup. That's why I created What the Foundation. It's a hybrid product that blends light to medium coverage foundation and tinted moisture balm.
I want you all to pay attention how this lady on this commercial is wearing a sweatshirt that says it was all a dream. Okay, y'all don't find that interesting? That's Biggie Smalls' lyric. This is synchronicity. For those of you who follow the spiritual channel, y'all know what we know about synchronicity. If you know, you know. Okay, let's keep going. I'm looking for more info. They're just now coming back from the break. Okay, so Cassie's back on the stand, resuming her testimony.
It's moisturizing and melts seamlessly into your skin. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com.
It is day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together.
No, DeBarge had a song called It Was Just a Dream. Right. It was just a dream. It was just a dream is different than it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Those are Biggie's lyrics, boo. I know what I'm talking about, honey. That's synchronicity, but let's keep going.
Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe.
Not that I'm a human Alexa. That's a good one. Andrew said, not many people know what lesser magic is. This is very true. Okay, this is very true. Let's not forget that Diddy allegedly deals in that. Okay, he dabbles in it, according to a source.
The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, Yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877.
I got one of them televisions.
Don't stress the light. Don't stress the light.
Back on the stand, being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy.
Hold on, beloveds. Okay, I'm multitasking, so you guys give me a moment because I'm going back and forth between two different videos and also trying to keep up with all the text that I'm getting. So here is what, first of all, let me see what they're talking about in Inner City News or Inner City Press. Inner City Press says, this was from 8 minutes ago after they got back in court. Combs says, or Estavio says, you blocked him and focused on the movie, right? Ventura says, I tried my best. Estavio says, Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom? Ventura said, Michael B. Jordan. Shout out to Michael B. Jordan for his excellent and stellar performance in the movie Sinners. And if you haven't seen it, you need to. But let me continue. So anyway, Estavio says, you sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock? Ventura says, yes. Estavio says, you sent it to them because you were angry with all of them. Ventura said, I was hurt. I spent all my time with them. Estavio says, you thought they were in on it. This is getting juicy, honey. What were they supposedly in on? You thought they were in on it. Then Estavio says, the physical violence. When did your father learn about it? Ventura says, same time as my mother. Estavio says, did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents? Ventura said, I don't know if it was then. Estavio says, Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse. Ventura says, yes. Now, so here is what I'm getting. Okay, the court. Let's see. Okay, so the court in Sean Diddy Combs' trial has taken a number of steps to have Cassie Ventura's testimony completed by Friday, hopefully before the pregnant pop singer gives birth. Remember, she's due at the beginning of June, according to reports. The prosecution called Ventura to the stand Tuesday as its third witness and ended its direct examination Wednesday, 4:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, leaving about 45 minutes until the expected end of court. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked the court to begin cross-examination Thursday morning rather than right away, but prosecutor Maureen Comey resisted, saying this witness is very, very pregnant. We're afraid that she could have the baby over the weekend. Why would they think she's going to have the baby over the weekend? She's 8 months. She's due in June. It sounds to me like the prosecution is just trying to hurry up and get Cassie off the stand and doesn't really want the defense to get a whole lot of time during their cross-exam. The same thing as the judge. This is all not good. I hope they might think it's good right now, but I promise you, upon appeal, it's not going to be good. Because it's going to read that Diddy has ineffective counsel. If the counsel is not able to take all the time that they need to question their witnesses, then Diddy can file an appeal based off of ineffective counsel and a myriad of all the other things that I pointed out to you all in the previous weeks. Okay? Because remember, we got a lot of the stuff from the legal documents that I've been reading to you all. So we already knew how some of this was going to play out. Okay, so anyway, the court in Sean Diddy Combs' trial has taken a number of steps to have Cassie Ventura. Okay, let me skip past that. The prosecution called Ventura to the stand Tuesday as its third witness, ending its direct examination. Okay, prosecutor Maureen Comey resisted them waiting to start the cross, talking about she's pregnant and could give the delivery over the weekend. So she says, we want her off the stand before the weekend, and we believe 45 minutes could make a difference. Judge Aaron Subramaniam ultimately decided to wrap it up for the day. The judge is always ready to go. He wants this whole thing over and done with. I've never seen a judge say that he wants a trial done by a specific date. He literally said before the 4th of July, he wants the court to be over with so he can celebrate Independence Day. Is that what he's saying? Because that's what it sounds like. Okay. Anyway, goes on to say, he has told the defense team they need to complete their cross-examination of Ventura around lunch on Friday, saying direct took a day and a half, so the defense will get a day and a half. He left open the possibility of granting additional time, maybe. He says maybe he'll grant additional time. Okay, so court has condensed its lunch breaks, generally an hour long, to about 30 minutes. Okay, so they're shortening the lunches, and Subramaniam has proposed ways the defense might streamline its questioning as it goes through a slew of exhibits. After lunch today, Ventura has given an iPad to review material as part of the effort to speed things up. Why are they trying to speed things up? This is not good, you people. People, please pay attention. This is not good. Are y'all listening to this? Speeding everything up this is going to help Diddy in the long run. Oh, Lord, if Diddy gets off of this, I'm going to be so ticked off. But let me continue. Agnifilo said the defense is trying to streamline the process, but stressed the belief that Ventura is the most important witness in the case. Of course she is. And that's why Mark Agnifilo is going in, because he's like, we need to really be able to thoroughly cross-examine her. He says that is the cross-examination that is required of a critical witness in a trial that involves a life sentence. This is serious business, he's saying. Okay, this is serious business. Liz is saying Queen Diddy is not getting off. I'm not talking about him getting off. He will likely be convicted. I already said that 1,000 times. But what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, beloved, even if he is convicted, they're giving him all of the excuses to get an appeal, to file an appeal and possibly get this whole thing overturned. Okay, he could get a whole new trial, or it could end in a hung jury. They're making a bunch of missteps, and I pointed them all out. And Liz, I'm sorry if you're just getting here, but I've been covering this for quite some time prior to the trial even starting, and I've already pointed out a myriad of things that the prosecution is doing that is giving Diddy, and the judge as well, that's giving Diddy all the ammo that he needs, okay? Giving him all the ammo that he needs to get his conviction overturned. So when I say he can get off, I don't mean that he might literally just beat the case, because from the testimony that's come thus far, he likely is going to be convicted. But the bottom line is he could also get his case overturned. Harvey Weinstein, the same thing has literally happened to him. I went over this the other day. I showed the court documents and all of that. And I told you that the main reason Harvey Weinstein's situation or his conviction was overturned was because they allowed in evidence of prior bad acts that had nothing to do with the case at hand. And they've done the same thing to Diddy. The judge initially said no, that wasn't going to be allowed in. He said out of the 3 people that the prosecution requested who would speak about these prior bad acts, he was only going to let one of them come. But I do believe days later, he said he would let another. It doesn't even matter. Even if he only lets one, that is prior bad acts. Okay, there's rules against that. So this is what I'm telling you. And now they have other things happening. They're trying to rush this trial. They're trying to hurry up and get Cassie off of the stand when she's been cross-examined by the defense. She's the star witness. It is her testimony of which this very trial is hinged on. Diddy's facing life in prison. At the end of the day, you don't tell me that he can't get his trial overturned on appeal because of all the shenanigans they're pulling. That's a fact. Okay, I didn't go to school for criminal justice for nothing. I know what I'm talking about. And not to mention my friend who's my source that's giving me updates and who's a lawyer who's right there in the courtroom. They just said the same thing minutes ago. I literally read their text. Okay, so but anyway, let me continue. Now this just in. Okay, Cassie Ventura's answers to questions from both the prosecution and the defense are getting up, and more fleshed out arguments, okay, are getting, hold on, no, let me start over. Cassie Ventura's answers to questions from both the prosecution and defense are setting up the more fleshed out arguments lawyers will make over the next several weeks of Sean Diddy Combs' trial. Okay, first, the testimony will be bolstered by expert witnesses from each side. This is what Richard Gabriel says. Now, the prosecution will bring experts who likely argue that psychologically, this does meet the threshold for coercion and sort of being under the thumb of Sean Combs. Meantime, the defense's expert will likely say it does not, and they'll argue her independence and her ability to leave the relationship. Now, mind you, for those of you that have been listening, all of my lawyer royals, you know that I've also told you that, okay? Because I do have some legal expertise. I mean, these are just the facts. All right, so secondly, the lawyers will take what Ventura says on the stand and argue the actual legal statutes. They will need to explain to the jury how her testimony does or doesn't meet the legal definition of what Combs is accused of. Now, jurors fundamentally have to get their own gut feelings as to whether there's real participation or not. Didn't I just tell you all that? Haven't I been telling you all that? Because no matter what we think, no matter what the people sitting there listening think, no matter even what the judge thinks, this is all up to the jurors. Okay, they're going to be the ones to decide whether or not they believe what Cassie is saying. All it takes is for one of them to have a shadow of a doubt that maybe, just maybe, Cassie was complicit in her own demise, that maybe she was a voluntary participant. I'm not saying that she is or isn't. I'm just telling you this is what the jury will have to decide. And all they need is what? Okay? And I think that it's likely that they will get one. Now, with that all being said, jurors fundamentally have to get their own gut feelings and as to whether there's real participation on her part. This sentiment was underscored during a conversation between the lawyers and the judge earlier today about how much longer Ventura would be on the stand. The defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, stressed to the judge that the defense believes Ventura is the most important witness in the case. Mark Agnifilo is doing his thing. He's raising this, complaining about this to the judge, because everything that he says that they say in the court is going on the record. It's going to be in the transcripts. And just so you all know, I already have some of the transcripts. We're going to get into that later on down the line, but y'all just please pay attention. Okay, so with that all being said, Mark Agnifilo is doing what he does best. Okay, he's throwing out obstacles. He's making this into an obstacle course, because at the end of the day, he's taking everything that he needs to get that appeal and to try to get this conviction overturned, because they pretty much probably know that Diddy just might be convicted, but they're trying to get him off even if he's convicted. That's what I've been trying to tell you all. And some people don't want to hear that. And when I say these things, some people get upset, but this is just the realization of it all. We can't go by feelings. Let's just go by the facts. Now, Cassie Ventura testified that her friends knew that Sean Diddy Combs physically abused her, sometimes because they witnessed the abuse themselves. She said that she also told her parents and brother about the abuse at different points. But did she tell them about trafficking? Did she tell them about the freak offs? She already said no. She didn't tell her friends about it. She didn't tell her parents about it. Nobody knew about the freak offs. What she told these people about was domestic violence. That's what some of the jury is going to see it as at the end of the day. Don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger. And I'm just telling y'all the facts of the case as they're being presented, okay? I didn't say anything about, you know, Cassie sitting here telling all these lies. Now, she did tell a lie, though. She did tell a lie already, okay? I caught that lie. But I'm just saying, don't get mad at me because I'm pointing out the obvious, okay? Because unlike some people, you see, the thing is, I don't like Diddy, and I do want Diddy to go to prison, like I told y'all, and y'all all know why. But here's the bottom line. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, it's not what you know. It's always going to be what you can prove, okay? The defense has to create doubt, a reasonable doubt. Okay, and they're doing a pretty good job of that right now. Okay, Estavio is doing her thing. Now, yesterday, I also have to give credit to the prosecution because yesterday they did their thing. They met the burden of proof for the coercion, in my opinion. They met the burden of proof for the coercion because it does look like Diddy was coercing Cassie. Even though she may have been complicit in some of this stuff, it is obvious to me that she was often coerced. So they've already met that burden. Now, that's what the thing is here. How is the jury going to see it? Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what any of you think. It's what the jury thinks. That's where we are. So there's no need for anybody to be getting mad about my opinion or anybody else's opinion. I'm going to keep pointing out things. And if you don't like it, well, you know what you can do. Okay? Because that's how it goes. I've told you all 1,000 times. This isn't a channel where I try to say what people want to hear because I don't really give a damn what people want to hear. I'm going to say what the facts are as they are presented. And I'm going to give my opinion because this is my channel and I'm the one giving the commentary. And if anybody doesn't like it, you know what you can do, like I already said. Okay, so that all being said, let's continue.
And Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that."
I'm so glad you brought that up, Adrian, beloved. Girl, I saw Sinners on Mother's Day. Woo, honey. It was a doozy. And so I'm glad you brought that up because I will do a review about it. But what I'll do is I'll do that review for members only because everyone may not want to have any spoilers. I may give a couple. So let yourselves be warned. Members, I will do a review on Saturday. Okay? On Saturday, I'll do a review about the movie Sinners. Okay, it was awesome. Okay, and here's the thing. Let me just say this too. Aqua Girl Rising said, "Unfiltered truth. Strap in." Okay, not on no Diddy. Strap in, not on no Diddy. I know that's right. So listen. Don't you all get mad at me because the thing is, I give the objective. Okay, I give my objectives on this. Okay, I'm sometimes play the angel's advocate. Okay, at the end of the day. So I'm going to tell you, here's the thing. Now, I want you all to pay attention. Whatever you see people saying in the chat, whatever you see people typing online, if you see people saying that it absolutely is trafficking, that's because that's what some people feel. If you say some people saying this is nothing but domestic violence, because that's what some people feel. Just know that the jury is made up of people just like that. So we don't know what the jury is thinking and who amongst the jurors are thinking it. We do know that there's 5 men on the jury, okay? And some of those men are black. Okay, we don't know what they're thinking, and there's some women on the jury, and a couple of those women are not Caucasian. Didn't say they were necessarily black. And I know some of them are black, at least 2 of them, I think, but there's one that they refer to as a woman of color or whatever. But the bottom line is, we don't know what these people are thinking. We just know the regular people, they're hearing this information. Even when you listen to people like Lauren, who was right there in the courtroom, what she says about it, you know, so everybody has their own take on it. The bottom line is, what are these jurors going to say? How are they going to absorb this information? Some of them are going to think that Diddy absolutely is guilty of the things he's accused of, and some of them may not. Okay, so don't sit here and get mad at me. What the hell is anybody getting mad at me for? I'm just delivering the news. I mean, if I'm making your blood boil, if you're mad because I'm giving my thoughts, views, and commentary, and I'm telling you the law as it is, well, you know, I would suggest you go to another channel, period.
And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
Right this second, at some girls' night somewhere, someone really wants a soda. But that same someone wants a better for you drink. You know, that doesn't taste so basic. What if there were a better soda?
Hi, I'm Allison, but they call me Mommy Poppy.
Okay, wait.
That's right, beloved. I only block people when they're being disrespectful. I don't care if you disagree with me. Everybody can agree or disagree. But when people start talking crazy and calling names and this, that, and the third, or, you know, being vulgar or whatever, or saying racist things like that fool that was in the chat and called us some black, what did he call us? Some black devils or something he called us because he didn't like what I was saying. I don't know. At the end of the day, that's when you get blocked. You don't get blocked for having a contrary opinion to mine because you can think whatever you like. And as a matter of fact, I love it when people have different views and opinions because then it opens up dialogue. That's how that goes.
Relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after.
Okay, so you guys, my friend just texted me saying that Cassie was on the stand talking about how Diddy would get very explosive and be so violent and upset and angry when he would find out that she was doing rugs with her friends, or if he'd find out that she'd taken his rugs without him knowing it. So she was stealing Diddy's rug supply. That's interesting. She was definitely addicted, but she's already said that she was addicted in the past. Okay, let's keep listening.
After, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you.
Okay, so my friend just said that they were asking Cassie about the rugs, right? And then said that they called themselves the Get High Partners. That's what her and Diddy supposedly called themselves, and that sometimes she would sneak and take his stuff without him asking or without him knowing, and then he would get really mad or whatever. But also said that Diddy told the LA rug dealers not to even sell or give anything to Cassie. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, and stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
Finally, premium healthcare for hair loss, ED.
Just sent me a text saying that Cassie supposedly told Christina Coram. You all know who Christina Coram is. That's the lady that was supposedly Diddy's chief of staff. Said that Cassie, that Estavio, the defense attorney, asked Cassie, said, didn't you tell Christina Coram that you didn't know anything about Diddy dangling Bangolan off the balcony? Remember the lady that he supposedly dangled from the 17th floor balcony at Cassie's apartment? And then asked Cassie about it and said, didn't you tell Christina Coram that you learned about it after the fact? And then Cassie said, I'm not sure. And then the lawyer said, you were on rugs, like basically saying that Cassie was so high she didn't know what was going on. Now, I want you to pay attention, because if they're trying to say that Cassie was so high she didn't know what was going on, they might be trying to use that for something else coming up the pipe. Like maybe she can't testify, or we can't take her credibility to certain things that they're going to ask her, because maybe you were just so high that you didn't know what was going on then either. I bet you that's where they're going. Okay, please pay attention. This is getting all so juicy.
Turn to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, want to call him and feel him out? Ventura responding, yeah, I can do that. The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, no, there's a lot more to that. And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Okay, so Nicole brings up an interesting point, saying this is starting to seem like Cassie is helping to make it look like domestic violence, because S trafficking would convict her too. No, it wouldn't convict her too, beloved. At the end of the day, she's not even charged with it. And also, she's likely been granted immunity for her testimony. Okay, she may have, maybe not. But at the end of the day, they definitely wouldn't be trying to bring this up on her later. You see, the co-conspirators are all likely testifying against Diddy, so they don't have anything to worry about. Now, here's the thing, though. I wonder if Cassie, how she feels about Diddy going to prison for life. If she is a victim of Stockholm syndrome, because you know people with Stockholm syndrome do tend to try to protect their abusers, unfortunately. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just going to keep listening to see where this is all going, because maybe she isn't trying to do him all the way in. But here's the thing. I think that Diddy absolutely probably felt that Cassie, or feels that Cassie may not want him to go down, because remember how they asked for her husband not to be in the room, not to be in court. I'm not talking about when they said he has to leave when they have the 2018 questioning going on. Prior to that, they actually didn't want him in there at all. Now, who do you think didn't want Cassie's husband in there? Well, I'm going to venture to guess Diddy. I think that Diddy feels like Cassie may feel obligated to say certain things because her husband's there, and then maybe she wouldn't have said certain things if he wasn't there. Now, that's just me thinking about how Diddy's mind works, because clearly I believe he's a narcissist and a sociopath. But I think that that's maybe what he thought. And then also remember how I pointed out to you that my source told me that when Cassie walked into the room on the first day of her testimony, that Diddy turned around in his seat looking at her. But Cassie looked straight past him, didn't give any eye contact. But Diddy turned around looking at her. Then I said, now, was Diddy doing that to intimidate her? That's what I was thinking. But maybe Diddy was trying to give her the eye, like a little look of sympathy and empathy, hoping that she'll feel just a little bit of empathy for him. I mean, who knows at the end of the day? Okay, because how do people feel if you've been in a relationship with somebody for that length of time, and even though they were nefarious, I wouldn't want anything to do with them. But here's the thing. Even after he did all that stuff, Cassie still kept going back to check on him. Cassie went to Kim's funeral. Cassie comforted him after Kim's death. Okay, she went and sat down and had dinner with him, even after she claims he raped her. So do y'all really think Cassie wants him to get a life sentence? I don't know. I have questions. Okay, but let's keep listening because this is all nefarious. Okay, we have an hour and a half left of testimony today, it looks like, because the court's going to be adjourned at 5 o'clock.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
Hydration is essential, and Advocare Rehydrate makes it delicious. With 8 refreshing flavors like berry lemon ice and pomegranate tangerine, use code THIRSTY to get a free sample pack with your first order of Rehydrate and try all the best flavors to find your favorite.
It is day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, "Did you feel two ways about those freak-offs?" To which she answered, "Yes." Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live reports tonight starting at 5.
With Lumi Whole Body Deodorant, you can dare to do the things BO
Ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura is back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense. Doug Williams joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, "No, there's a lot more to that." And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, "Did you feel two ways about those freak-offs?" To which she answered, "Yes." Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Alice Gaynor is sitting in on the trial. Follow along with her live blog on our website at cbsnewyork.com and watch her live report.
Hey, Ahmadiyyah, beloved, I didn't even know you were in here. Wagwan. Okay. Ahmadiyyah says, as far as I can see, she thought going along will get her closer to her music and ended up being a jump off. Sad. Yeah, it is sad. She was young and naive and Diddy ran a game on her, no doubt. Okay. No doubt whatsoever. Okay. So with that all being said, Alberta said no sound. Well, I actually had turned the sound off for a minute, beloved, while they were playing those commercials. Okay. So I'm going to turn it back up. All right.
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination.
Wait a minute. Now, y'all are nefarious. Do y'all see this? Small like a Tootsie Roll with a picture of Diddy talking about exactly. Y'all are something else. Let me continue.
Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming
Hold on. So listen. Hold on. Chief just says, Queen, did you see Chris Brown got locked up today in the UK? They're keeping us distracted. Yes, I absolutely did, beloved. I talked about that earlier. I played with the Breakfast Club, said about it. I may give a little bit more information on it, okay? But we also talked about that and Tory Lanez, honey. We're doing it all on here. We covering it all, honey. We can't miss a beat, okay? But listen, so my friend just texted me saying that, said in 2017, Cassie said she got really, really sick from the rug with a D use and began to look for help, okay? Saying that she lost sense of taste and smell, and when she woke up and she had numbing in her arm. She also said she experienced some dissociative effects, side effects from ketamine use. And she confirmed that Diddy noticed the symptoms and suggested that she see doctors. She said she didn't tell Diddy everything about her rug use throughout their relationship. But she did say they were both doing a lot of rugs. Okay, so y'all heard that? Okay, so my source just said that Cassie said on the stand that she didn't tell Diddy everything about her rug use. She was stealing rugs from Diddy behind his back. She was really addicted. She had a real serious problem. Now, why is Cassie saying all of this? Is Cassie, in fact, trying to help his case? I'm just wondering. And then said that Diddy told her she needs to see doctors. That's showing that Diddy must have cared about her a little bit or whatever for him to be wanting her to see doctors. Honey, this is all nefarious. Okay, Chef just says, you always on point, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Okay, I try to be. Vince I am from the UK says, too much nefarious shenanigans going on everywhere. In the Queen's voice, say, what now? Vince, I love you.
Claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, no, there's a lot more to that. And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan, I should say, Doug Williams, CBS News, New York.
Doug, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for the very latest details on the federal trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
This is all getting so nefarious, y'all. Okay, we are locked in. Okay, we are locked in, honey. We're getting all the scoop. Let me see what's going on over here. Terry Hinn said, does Cassie have to testify tomorrow? Yes, she does. But they want her to be done. They want them to be done with her by lunchtime tomorrow. Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here.
Joins us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Doug, what are you hearing from inside the courtroom?
Cindy, that cross-examination began just after 9:30 this morning. Defense attorneys beginning their questioning of Ventura with their relationship history, the depth of their love, and what it eventually led to in the 11 years they were together. Text exchanges dominated the early hours of cross-examination Thursday of Cassie Ventura. The defense began by displaying mostly romantic messages between Combs and his then-girlfriend, going back as far as 2009. Combs' attorney then turned to the subject of jealousy and Ventura's reasoning for wanting to please Combs and not disappoint him, including as it related to the so-called freak-off parties. The defense displayed messages showing Ventura helping coordinate a freak-off by inviting an escort on one occasion, with Combs saying, quote, "Want to call him and feel him out?" Ventura responding, "Yeah, I can do that." The The defense then addressed texts of a sexual nature from Ventura to Combs, claiming they represented Ventura's communication directly leading up to a freak-off. But when attorneys asked Ventura if she told Combs she wanted to do the freak-offs, Ventura answered, no, there's a lot more to that. And the defense has focused their questioning today on Ventura's knowledge and, in some cases, willingness to participate in those freak-offs after, of course, her explosive testimony about them yesterday. And just within the last hour, I want to tell you the defense attorneys displayed a text from Ventura to Combs about how she went, in her words, back and forth about those parties and how she needed to feel safe. The defense attorney then asked Ventura to confirm, did you feel two ways about those freak-offs? To which she answered, yes. Here in Lower Manhattan.
Okay, he's saying the same thing. What's going on here? I'm going to go to something else. Hold on. Because he's saying the same thing over and over and over. Hold on. Let's talk about Chris Brown real quick. Okay, so this is from the New York Post. Chris Brown arrested for smashing tequila bottle over a music producer's head in nightclub. Chris Brown is in trouble with the law once again. On Thursday, the singer was arrested at a five-star hotel in Manchester, England, after allegedly attacking a music producer with a bottle at a nightclub. The Run-It singer, age 36, was arrested at 2 a.m. outside the Lowry Hotel for an incident that happened in February of 2023 at Tape nightclub in Mayfair, London. Wait a minute, hold up now. So he was arrested for an incident that happened in 2023. Okay, I think I missed that when Lauren was talking about it. Did she say that? This is an old incident, but they just arrested him? How does that even make sense? What's going on here? Okay, anyway. So according to The Sun, the R&B star, and The Sun is a publication, S-U-N, okay, the R&B star was held on suspicion of causing grievous bodily harm to music producer Ap Diao. The Post reached out to Brown's lawyer for comment. Now, Diao alleges that the rapper attacked him unprovoked, smashed him over the head with a bottle, and then punched and kicked him. Diao told the outlet, he says, he hit me over the head 2 or 3 times. My knee collapsed as well, resulting in him going to the hospital. This is all crazy. Police told The Sun that a 36-year-old man was arrested at a hotel in Manchester shortly after 2 a.m. on Thursday, May the 15th, on suspicion of grievous bodily harm. Now, he has been taken into custody where he remains, and the arrest relates to an incident at the venue in Hanover Square on February the 19th of 2023. So Chris must have left the country shortly after this happened, if it happened at all, allegedly, because he hasn't said that he's done it. So these are accusations. The investigation is being led by detectives from the Central West Area Basic Command Unit. In October of 2023, Diao filed a lawsuit against Brown, claiming the loyal singer had assaulted him 8 months earlier. The producer alleged Brown inflicted severe and lasting injuries on him after beating him over the head with a bottle of Don Julio 1942. I'm sorry, but I'm not hitting anybody over the head with a bottle of Don Julio, specifically 1942. Okay, Terry Hinn says, Queen, thank you for keeping us informed on the latest news. You're welcome, beloved. Thank you for your kind words and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, now this incident is the latest in Brown's long pattern that includes past arrests and restraining orders. Okay, so then they go on to bring up all the other nefarious things that Chris Brown has done, which are clearly irrelevant, have nothing to do with this. But y'all know how they do when it's somebody who looks like me. At the end of the day, I'm not defending Chris Brown and his actions, but at the end of the day, we all know that when it's somebody who don't look like me and they get accused of something, they don't go dig up all the dirt that they usually have done that pertains to the same thing, but had nothing to do with that specific incident, do they? Of course they don't. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All right, that's all I'm saying. So anyway, honey, hashtag free Chris Brown or not. Okay. So, okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Estavio says, switching topics. When you say Mr. Combs went with guns to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you did go with them? Ventura said no. Estavio says, let me show you. AUSA says, just for the parties. No, prosecution, don't try to intervene now. Okay, don't try to intervene now, because guess what? Let's see where this line of questioning is going. Because not only did Cassie say that, I do believe, when she was speaking to the prosecution, but didn't Lil Rod, aka Rodney Jones, say in his lawsuit that Cassie was given, no, I'm sorry, not even Lil Rod. He said something about J-Lo having a gun in her purse. But in Cassie's lawsuit, Cassie said that she went with Diddy to the club or something. She brought up the incident with Suge Knight. She said that she went with him, that she was telling him not to say anything. Didn't Cassie say she went? But at one point, Cassie said that Diddy told her to put both of his guns in her purse. And I pointed out to you all, this was a while ago when we read Cassie's lawsuit, like over about 2 years ago. But I reminded you all that I believe Cassie, when she says Diddy gave her 2 guns and said, put them in her purse. I said, yeah, that sounds familiar, because J-Lo supposedly had his guns in her purse too, according to Lil Rod's lawsuit. Okay, so this is all very interesting, but hold on, there's more. So AUSA says just for the parties. Ventura says, I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that. Estavio says, you also did rugs with Miss Morgan, right? Ventura says, yes. Estavio says, do you recall telling the government that you did not set what he did? Hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger, or that you did not see? This is a typo. Didn't you tell the government, do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger? Okay, where is this going, honey? She's trying to catch Cassie in some lies. Let me tell you all something. If she can prove that Cassie has lied, if she can prove that there's any inconsistencies, that's going to work in Diddy's favor, maybe, because the jurors, if all they need to hear is a 1 lie, maybe 2, and then they'll be like, how do we know that we can go with everything she says? Okay, so please pay attention. This is all crazy. This is all crazy at the end of the day. I see somebody trying to distract us, talking about Trump is amazing. Well, maybe he is amazing, beloved, to you, but we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Diddy. So bye. Wouldn't want to be you. Okay, please pay attention, honey. No time for distractors coming in here trying to disrupt things just because they have nothing better to do. And keep in mind, these are always people who don't look like me. Okay. Let me see what else I can find here. Ladybug said, why is CB going out the country knowing he has outstanding possible charges against him? His team is not working for him. Well, just saying. You know, beloved, he may not have known that the person did this, because here's the thing. They didn't actually file the lawsuit until 8 months after they claimed that he hit him with the bottle. So he probably had no idea. Alberta says they did what the boss said to do. Damn dummies. She could have been locked up. Vince I Am from the UK said the Queen had said what she said on her channel. Tell them, Vince. That Crazy Beach area said, and that's on Box, Vince. That's right. That is on Box. Okay. All right. All right. So with that all being said, Kiara Diamond, I like that name, says so nefarious. The Queen's quote. It is nefarious, beloved. Okay. Now, let me see what I can dig up real quick. Hold on. Okay, so we got like 1 hour and 15 minutes before court's over. Okay, so no updates as of yet. Okay. Everybody hold tight. I can't wait to get something to eat after this is all over with for the day. Okay, no more updates so far, but my source just texted me and said that Diddy OD'd. Okay, in 2012, that Diddy OD'd on painkillers. Said Cassie confirmed that Diddy OD'd on painkillers in 2012, February of 2012. Okay, she said they had a freak off and went to an SEX club. Diddy went without her to some party at the Playboy Mansion. Y'all heard that? Now, for those of you who've been following me, you know that I already showed you the proof and the receipts and the blueprint that there are tunnels from Diddy's house in California to the Playboy Mansion. I showed you all the blueprints and the receipts. All right, those tunnels do exist. But anyway, let's continue. So they said that Diddy went without her to a club at the Playboy Mansion. Okay, and then later on that night, she had to take him to the hospital, honey. Ooh, child, this is all nefarious, where they learned he had experienced an overdose. She says that Cassie said that from what he told me, he took a very strong opiate that night, but we didn't know what was happening, so we took him to the hospital. Well, they kept that under wrap because I don't remember seeing that in any of the news outlets or on the media news reports. She says, then Astavio asked a lengthy line of questioning to suggest that Combs was reliant on opiates and any withdrawal from it would negatively affect his mood. And then says he was extremely dependent on his opiates, right? And Cassie said for a time. He was very upset if his opiates were taken away from him. Cassie said, I guess so. Cassie don't want to answer that question directly. She said, I guess so, when in fact she probably knows so. Now, why is that important? Because the defense is trying to paint a picture. Please pay attention and follow along. I do believe that the defense is trying to paint a picture that Diddy was in diminished capacity. Didn't I tell y'all that days ago when I read you all the paperwork? Okay. His team has said that because of his reliance upon illegal substances, aka drugs with a D, that Diddy was sometimes acting in diminished capacity. They're trying to prove that, and they're going to bring in an expert witness, according to my source. And well, we already know that because I read it to you also from the documents, the legal documents. But basically saying that she's trying to establish right here, it seems like she's trying to establish that Diddy was so strung out, such an addict, okay, and would get so violent and angry because he didn't have his drugs. Ooh, honey, this is all nefarious, okay? Alberta said, yes, you did, Queen. Okay, I told y'all. Vince I Am said, you heard it here first. Okay, please pay attention. Thank you. This is getting real juicy. Some of this stuff that Cassie's saying, I don't know if she's purposely doing it, but some of this stuff seems to be helping Diddy's case. And here's the thing. The most important thing about all of this, as far as this cross-examination is concerned, is the fact that the defense is handling Cassie with kid gloves as they're cross-examining her, not going in on her, not being combative, not like accusing her of any lies, not saying anything. And I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. I want y'all to pay attention. Now, y'all don't think that I'm the only one that noticed the inconsistencies, do you? The defense noticed them too. What the defense is likely going to do, in my opinion, and they're likely going to not bring up any inconsistencies. They may say things like, see how the attorney, Astavio, she's doing a good job, okay? I don't know if she got this from Karen Agnifilo when she was schooling her on the side, but she's doing a good job because when there are inconsistencies, she points them out in a very gentle way. Not saying, oh, but here you said this. And didn't you, in fact, tell the prosecution yesterday that you... See, that's how I would have been doing, not with Cassie, for obvious reasons. But with anybody else, that's how you go in on them. Okay, you let it be known. You go hard in the paint that they're lying. But what she's doing is she's bringing up things in a very soft way. Like saying, okay, well, do you remember? Here, read this. Or what is this? Didn't you say this? See the way she's doing it? That's really good because she's not going in on Cassie. And the jury will like that because she would look like a monster and a bully if she's going in on this poor little old pregnant woman, okay, who's been through all this hell and back and maybe possibly being re-traumatized by even having to discuss this. All right, so she's doing a good job as far as I'm concerned. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to get off, but she's still doing a good job nonetheless. And what they're going to do, in my opinion, is anything that Cassie has lied about, if they can catch her in any lies, anything they feel that was inconsistent, they're going to bring that up when in their closing arguments. And then they can go in, because Cassie's not going to be sitting there. They're not going to be talking to Cassie. They're going to be talking to the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Miss Ventura said that she was not always a willing participant in these freak-offs that she and her ex, Mr. Combs, were involved in. But she did say that sometimes, due to her illicit drug use, I almost said that word, that she didn't remember certain things. Some things happened and she didn't find out about it until later. Now, we've also seen, and an expert witness has testified to the fact, that's if they bring in the expert witness, which they will, trust me. An expert witness has testified to the fact that because of his illicit drug use, the fact that he was so heavily dependent upon opiates and other things, that Mr. Combs sometimes acted due to diminished capacity. Now, you've seen the video of him beating Miss Ventura. You've heard the accusations and the allegations, and you've seen, and we admit that our client is not a nice person, that he gets violent. He has bouts of rage. He can be very nasty. But what you've heard is domestic violence, a toxic relationship where sexual things were consensual. This is not anything to do with trafficking. That's how they're going to come off. Please pay attention. And of course, the prosecution is going to come back in the closing argument. They're going to say the opposite. Now, here's where it's going to drive it all home. So whatever the jury comes to in their minds, however they view this, is going to be based solely not on just the evidence that they've seen, not just on the testimony that they've heard, but what's going to really drive it home and put the nail in the coffin or pull the nail out of the coffin is whether during the closing arguments they believe the prosecution or the defense. Which argument is going to be the most compelling? Okay, what is the most compelling argument? Is it the prosecution's or is it the defense? Now, I can tell you right now, with the prosecution, they're going to let Maureen Comey do the closing arguments. I'm pretty sure. Remember, I told you that they have 6 women on the prosecution side, a 6-pack of white women, like Mark Garagos himself said. So they're likely going to get Comey because remember, Comey is the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, and she is supposed to be a shark in the water. Now, on the other hand, I believe, even though Mark Agnifilo is the lead attorney, when they have the cross-examination, I'm thinking they might let Brian Steele deliver it. They already let him deliver the opening arguments, or maybe they're going to let Mark Agnifilo do the closing because Brian did the opening. It's going to be one of those two, but they're going to get the best of the best to deliver those closing arguments because that is what's going to be what determines Diddy's fate, along with everything they've seen and heard. Okay, y'all pay attention. With that all being said, we have about an hour left. Okay, still no more updates. Still no more updates. Hold on, let me see what they're talking about on here. Okay, so the jury is on another. The jury was dismissed for a short break. Testimony will resume soon. Okay, so testimony is on pause for a moment. Ooh, this is all juicy. Okay, it's absolutely nefarious. I haven't said Cassie ain't got no charges on her. It's Diddy with the federal charges. Make it make sense. Yeah, absolutely. Cassie didn't have any charges, nor will she get any. Nor will she get any. I'm quite sure she's been granted immunity for her testimony, more likely than not. Crimson Tide said if his name wasn't Sean Diddy Combs, it would be probation for domestic violence. Well, that might be true. Okay. They're on break. I don't know for how long, but I'll keep you all posted. Let me check and see what else is going on in the news.
Working in the industry, I converted my business to combat human trafficking. His views skew when it comes to activity. I had FBI coming to tell me they found a threat against my life.
Okay. The prosecution and the defense want the last word for the weekend. That's why the prosecutor want them to get only a day and a half of cross-examination. Yeah, that sounds about right. Nicole said we need to do that when Diddy gets convicted. Okay. Tyology Terry says messing with power grids and the solar flares. Whew. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Let's listen to some music while we're waiting for the court to start, for the testimony to start back. Okay, so I'm about to show a video to you guys while we're waiting because the homie CC did an interview with Pierce Morgan about an hour ago talking about Diddy. Now I'm going to show that because I want to hear this. But of course, hold on. Where's it at? Hold on, I'm going to play this. He's talking about there was a hit out on him or something, said the feds came and visited him, honey. It all sounds nefarious. It's about 25 minutes long. I'm going to play this, but I'm going to put up an overlay because Piers Morgan did not grant me permission to use his material. And so I'm going to play some music also because I don't need any copyright issues, honey. They probably already got me on some. I'll have to dispute them as per usual, but y'all know how YouTube does. Okay, so here we go. Okay, here we go.
I converted my business to combat human trafficking. His views skewed when it comes to sexual activity. I believe it's helped turn him into a sexual deviant. I've had FBI come to my house before and tell me they found a threat against my life. Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. This is a dangerous game people are playing, and some people deserve retribution.
You clearly feel that Sean Combs made people disappear.
I know this situation is dangerous. I've had several attempts on my life throughout my career.
Other people say that Diddy was a Fed himself, that he was on their payroll. Do you think that's a possibility?
If there's smoke, there's fire, Pierce. I've very rarely seen any straight dudes in this industry, man. All bisexual weirdos. I don't want to be the only straight man at the party.
And what would you like to happen to?
I'll say this.
What if, when uncertainty is high, heck, when chaos is high, it's actually the best time to start and do your own thing?
The question you... The opening days of Diddy's trial in Manhattan have been gripping, lurid, shocking, and revelatory. It's everything we should have expected from a federal case against a mogul and megastar who stands accused of sex trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy. My next guest has been watching these week's proceedings with a particular and personal interest. Big Homie CC is a celebrity bodyguard and security entrepreneur, and he joins me now. Big Homie, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Hello, Pierce. How are you today?
Yeah, good, thank you. We're 2 days into this case against Diddy. What is your gut feeling about what's going to happen here?
Well, my gut feeling on what's going to take place is, well, we're going to see a lot of strange things take place due to the fact that I know how this world works. After working in the industry, I converted my business to combat human trafficking. Last year, my team brought home 17 people, 4 children, 1 boy. And whenever these trials come about, the closer you get to the trial date, a lot of things start happening to remove people from the case that are going to strengthen the case for the prosecution. And I feel like we're watching that take place now with one of the male sex worker guys who provided tapes to the feds. He's disappeared. And this is similar to what happened in the Tory Lanez case, where the bodyguard whose DNA was on the weapon, he disappeared. So I expect to see a lot of strange things take place. I expect to see the defense team do a lot of steps to lighten the image of Combs, and we've been watching that take place.
From what you know about him, Sean Combs, obviously the perception of him has changed dramatically since these allegations were made and since he got charged. I mean, from everything we're seeing now, he seems a very unpleasant, nasty, violent piece of work. Is that a correct assessment?
The assessment is going to be correct. So what I've learned is whenever you see a gentleman like this from affluence and power, whenever they have an addiction to MDMA or the drug ecstasy, they call it the love drug. So he's been doing this drug for over 20 years. So that's going to lead his view skewed when it comes to sexual activity. I believe it's helped turn him into a sexual deviant. And, you know, what type of man wants to see another man urinate in his wife's mouth? I feel like it's evil. I think his behavior is egregious. And, you know, I have a history of using very heinous acts on people like this who participate in this type of lascivious acts.
As we're talking, Cassie Ventura, who was his longtime girlfriend, is one of the two people who the feds have brought this case with. She says that Combs would bash on my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me. Asked how often, she replied, too frequently. She says she didn't want to participate in the freak-offs, as he called them, but she did so because she loved him very much and wanted to make him happy. She told the jury she was scared of what he would do if she said no. Physical violence from Combs, she said, was always on the back of her mind. He wanted to control every aspect of her life, from how she looked to her work. And when he couldn't reach her immediately, he and his employees would call her incessantly or come and find her in person. So she's building a picture of a violent control freak. Is that a picture that you recognize of what you know about this?
Right. So definitely, these are traits that I recognize. In the field that I work in, whenever we get a call for a retrieval and a family is concerned about a loved one, those same characteristics that this woman listed is the same things that streetwalkers will list about their boyfriend, which is actually their pimp and panderer. That's why I have an affinity for people who are survivors of this type of nonsense and oppression. And this sounds familiar. You know, along this path, I've been poisoned 3 times. My toxicology report showed cyanide. And, you know, cyanide metabolizes into pneumonia in your body. So I've had pneumonia on 3 occasions. You know, and these problems didn't start for me until I started to speak out about people like this. You know, it's been a hard time to line up this interview because the last time I was scheduled to be in this interview, randomly, our car gets hit from the side by a blacked out vehicle. No license plate. That's happened 3 times this month so far.
Really?
Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. Yeah, somebody didn't want me to do this interview. You know, I'm somebody where I've had FBI come to my house before and tell me they found a threat against my life. So, you know, I'm well versed in this world. But, you know, I got round the clock security. One of them was sitting right here with me right now. This is a dangerous game people are playing, and it's a good feeling for me to see the justice system prevail, and some people deserve retribution.
You clearly feel that Sean Combs, over the years, has made people disappear.
Right. Well, Pierce, let me ask you a question. From your journalistic perspective, have you ever noticed how in this industry, people untimely meet their demise as soon as somebody else seems like they're having a problem? Have you ever seen that before?
Well, there was, of course, the case of one of his other ex-girlfriends, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia at a very young age. You just referenced your own situation with pneumonia that you believe was deliberate poisoning. Do you believe that may be what happened to her?
Why are so many people coming down with pneumonia?
Okay, you all please pay attention. He said, why are so many people coming down with pneumonia? Now, that is a good point, because guess what? Cyanide absolutely does cause pneumonia. Okay, and for those of you who don't know, one way to detect cyanide is that it smells just like almonds. If anybody eats almonds, that's exactly what cyanide smells like. Okay, but he said that he's had pneumonia. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he had been poisoned with cyanide. Okay, and he's still talking. But let's continue.
Why is that happening to everybody? What is that about? Where have you ever seen this many cases of pneumonia associated with one situation? So, you know.
There were rumors.
I'm not saying.
Well, I was going to mention on this that there have been rumors circulating online that Diddy may have poisoned Jamie Foxx, which caused his 2023 hospitalization. In his Netflix show, he compared Combs to the devil in revealing his near-death experience after a brain bleed and stroke. He said, I say this all the time. I saw the tunnel. I didn't see the light. It was hot in that tunnel. I thought, shit, have I gone to the wrong place? I looked up the end of the tunnel, and I thought I saw the devil saying, come on. Or was that Puffy? I'm effing around, but if that was Puffy at a flaming bottle of Johnson, and no, I'm just kidding, I think that you have taken that to be a not too oblique reference to the fact that he's suggesting he may too have been poisoned.
Jamie Foxx said out of his mouth that his partner handed him an Advil, and after he took that Advil, he woke up 22 days later. That's what he said out of his mouth. I feel like us as a species, I feel like human skepticism has become a virus, because if we don't trust the words of our peers, where are we as a species? You know, eyewitness testimony and circumstantial evidence is enough to get a person a life sentence in any court on the earth. Why is it that when people are whistleblowing and putting their life and livelihood on the line, they receive so much scrutiny? I don't think that's by chance.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax.
Homie CC is saying that people, when they become whistleblowers, they're viewed with skepticism. Well, you know, unfortunately, that's because some of these so-called whistleblowers are nothing but liars who lie and clout chase. I don't know if he's one, because I don't really listen to Homie CC. I've seen maybe 2 or 3 videos that he's been on, but at the end of the day, some of these people just be lying. I mean, let's go back to Adria English and Lamisha Fuller, okay? At the end of the day, these so-called whistleblowers are not always blowing the whistle. They're clout chasing in some cases. So that's why some of them are viewed with skepticism, in my opinion. All right. But if he's been poisoned and all that, I would think that he would not want to still be talking.
Did he want to poison Jamie Foxx?
If you know that you have, well, just to give some insight to people watching, when you come under federal investigation, they send you a target letter. You know, you get informed that you're being investigated. So if you wanted to tie up loose ends and you were concerned that people that you knew could incriminate you, you may have interest in eliminating them. We've seen this all throughout history.
I mean, this sounds kind of mafioso stuff, but I sense that you're talking from a lot of experience here, that you genuinely believe this is a highly dangerous situation involving a highly dangerous man with very dangerous people acting on his behalf, potentially.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely speaking from experience. This is definitely a highly dangerous situation because this guy was the middleman. He was the party guy.
My thing is, here's what makes me think that some of this stuff is just clout chasing at its finest. It's because if these people, specifically him, since he's the one talking right now, if he knows all of this stuff, and he says the feds came and told him somebody had put out a hit on him and whatnot, why hasn't he cooperated with the police and told them all of this stuff rather than going to Pierce Morgan, who can't do a darn thing about it? When he's sitting there talking to Pierce Morgan, buddy, why didn't you go sit down and talk to the feds? Why isn't he testifying in Diddy's case? I have questions, okay? I have questions, especially if you think that somebody tried to take you out. Why wouldn't you be talking to the police, to the feds? If I thought somebody was trying to take me out, and if I had half the information he claims to have, honey, I'd have gone to the police a long time ago. You call it snitching, whatever you want, but at the end of the day, I would have gone straight to the police, to the feds at that, okay? That's what I would have done. I'm just curious. So this is the math ain't mathing, and he sounds crazy at the end of the day because he's saying all of this stuff, but you mean to tell me you didn't take any of it to the police or the feds? Okay, make it all make sense. Okay, make it all make sense. And he says he has an affinity for victims that are abused or whatever he said. Well, if that's true, sir, don't you think you need to be sitting down with the local police department, law enforcement, feds, somebody telling your story? Why are you sitting here talking to Mr. Pierce Morgan and Sean Atwood, who can't do anything about it? They can't lock anybody up. All they can do is give you some media coverage on their channels and platforms so you get clout and then pay you a few $1,000s, however much you charge, to have you come out. So I have several questions. Okay, the Inkwell said you go on Sean Atwood's channel often, sir. I have questions. You're on Sean Atwood's channel running your mouth but not to the feds. Sir, please sit down somewhere. I'm going to call BS. If someone really tried to kill you, why would you still be running your mouth? And why didn't you go to the police and say, listen, I've been told by the feds that there's a hit on my head. Now things are happening to my car. I've been poisoned with cyanide. Here's my doctors and medical receipts to prove it. And I have been saying things and blowing the whistle on Sean P. Diddy Combs, and many people around him have met their end. And I am concerned and worried for my safety. Could you please put me in the witness protection program so that I can tell you every little detail of everything that I know about Mr. Combs, who's currently facing a RICO indictment? Sir, I have questions. Okay, this man's a clout chaser. Okay, that's what he sounds like to me. Now, I could be wrong, but then again, I could be absolutely right. Okay, he needs to sit down somewhere. This is all for clicks, views, and monetization, because people get paid for Terry, I love you, and I just started seeing you in the chat a few days ago. You've probably been watching from the bushes. I think you said that. But says he looked like he has sleep apnea and pneumonia now. Okay. Oh, JFG says he goes after child predators and he works with the police all the time. Well, if he worked with the police, did you see him working with the police, or is that just what he said? If he was really working with the police, I would think, matter of fact, I would know that the police wouldn't have him on people's channel running his mouth about the same information that he's supposed to be giving them. That's what the police wouldn't do. You see, that is how you compromise an investigation. Okay, now I went to school and college for criminal justice. My uncle is a retired special agent for the GBI and also for Homeland Security. At the end of the day, the math ain't math, and he ain't making no damn sense. Okay, he ain't working with no police. Okay, talk about, yep, he has a show coming out. That's another clout chase. A show coming out about what? So you mean to tell me somebody who's on the run, got hits on them, and been poisoned with cyanide, now has a show coming out? Okay, well, if he's working with the police on that show, that might be a different story, but I'm going to sit back and wait and see, because right now it's giving clout chase. Right now it's giving clout chase. You're on Pierce Morgan's show. You are commonly on Sean Atwood's channel, clout chase. That's what it's giving. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. I could be wrong, like I said. All right, but y'all can keep listening while I'm looking for research.
He was the person who lined up the parties and festivities for a lot of guys a lot more wealthy and affluent than him. So, you know, I'm a person who believes that the Epstein's list is very similar to Diddy's list. I'm a believer in that. And, you know, whenever it comes to protecting women and children, I'm going to be fierce.
He's going to be fierce. Sir, you're real fierce sitting right there on Pierce Morgan getting views and checks. Okay, but let him rock. Let him cook.
Big ups to my sponsor, Stallion Gear, for putting up funds to help us go out and help people. You know, I want to salute Michael Franzese because he's probably the only famous person who donated to our campaign for
Michael Franzese, isn't he a mobster turned YouTuber, sir? I have several questions. So you mean to tell me you're being supported by mafia people? Hold on, let me look this up for our now this man. But I could have sworn that Michael Franzese used to be in the mafia, had some federal charges pertaining to it. Hold on, let me look this up. But while I do my research on what he's talking about, y'all keep listening.
For protecting women and children, going down to the orphanages and passing out toys and gifts. Because at the end of the day, us as men, we must learn to police ourselves in our own community, because if not, these type of activities will continue to run rampant. I know this situation is dangerous. I've had several attempts on my life.
Sir, if you don't sit down somewhere, this man is a whole crime boss that you just talked about donating. Michael Francisi. I believe that's how you pronounce it. I could be wrong, but let me just tell you something. This man, hold on. Michael Francisi was released. Hold on, let me first see how to pronounce this man's name, honey, because I don't want to be sitting here calling this man. I don't want him to come after me. Okay, I don't think he's in the mafia anymore, but at the end of the day, honey, I know that I don't want to disrespect him by mispronouncing his name. That's all I'm saying, okay? Hold on, beloveds. This is all so nefarious. Hold on.
Throughout my career, and you know, well, there's one dangerous guy, there's a group.
You referenced earlier, I have a history of heinous acts against people who behave like that. What did you mean by that?
Well, there's a law.
His name is pronounced Francisi. So Michael Francisi was released from prison after being sentenced to 10 years on conspiracy charges. He was initially released in 1989, but was later rearrested in 1991 for a parole violation. His final release was in 1994. Following his release, he left the mob. And moved to California, where he became a motivational speaker, commentator, and writer. Okay, but nonetheless, here's my thing. Here's my thing. Now, sir, you're sitting here acting like Diddy's a mob boss, but then you're taking donations from a prior mob boss. Make it all make sense. I'm calling cap. Okay, I'm calling cap, but we're still going to listen because we ain't got nothing else to do till I wait for these updates.
Lawsuit that I'm listed in where allegedly I quipped Combs about his sexual deviant activity, and I protected the plaintiff and pointed a firearm at Mr. Combs. That's what the paperwork says. They don't have their facts right, but you know, I have a reputation for, you know, maintaining a proper balance.
What was he doing, Combs, at the time?
Yeah, so that's all alleged. So you know they don't really got they don't have the facts correct with that situation. There's some sort of conspiracy going on because the same law firm that has brought this case, they tried to file this same case last year. They finally got it amended this year, and this same law firm was trying to pay me $5 grand to come talk on an interview. I turned it down, and then they filed this paperwork. You know, I firmly believe that this lawsuit was filed by people off his side to try to discredit me, other witnesses, and to try to get this current case that he's on thrown out. That's how deep this goes, because the law firm who brought this asinine case, nobody could seem to track them down. How can they have this case amended? Who has the finances to file this type of lawsuit? You know, I got to pay Ed Zappia 15 grand to represent me in a case like this while this trial is going on. Something weird is happening.
But just to be clear, was there an incident where you witnessed somebody who was being abused or about to be abused or had been abused by Diddy, by Sean Combs, and you intervened and warned him to stop?
Definitely.
And what can you tell me about that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's an open case, so like I can't really expound too much on that. But I've had several calls about this guy. You know, I've had several calls about his son. You know, people reaching under ladies' dresses, fondling them without asking for permission. You know, where did he learn this behavior from? Where would he learn that from? You know.
Now I want you all to pay attention to how he has quickly deflected and went to talking about Diddy's sons reaching under dresses when he was asked specifically, okay, about helping someone. He says it's an open investigation. Sir, if you help someone, you can tell us about it without divulging the names. You could say, we'll just call the person Jane Doe. Jane Doe was being da-da-da, whatever, and you could say something. Sir, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, okay? I'm sorry, I don't believe he was poisoned with no damn cyanide or any of it. I don't. Okay, I just don't believe it. Okay, Michael said Franzese has great wine, Queen. Okay, does he? All right. Shout out to him for his wine, honey. Arbor said Pierce knows he's lying. Yeah, some of these people have these people on their platforms and know damn well they're liars who lie, but they do it for the clicks and the views. You come on my platform telling lies, you're going to get exposed for your lies, okay? And then we're going to take down your video. But see, the thing is, I know they're lying before I have them on here. Just like I knew Courtney Burgess was lying, Adria English was lying. I had them both on here. I called them out, Chris Todd. I called both of those two out, Adria and Courtney, that they were lying before I had them on here. And then when I did the interviews, I just did it so we could catch them in further lies. And then what did I do? Took down their videos, okay? So they convinced me with this. See, some people just do anything for clout and clicks and views, okay? Adrian says, hold on. I clicked on the wrong comment. Lillian says, I've never trusted Pierce Morgan after he tried coming for Meghan Markle. Honey, that's why I don't like him right now. Because of that little shenanigan he tried to pull. Adrian says, yep, Queen, you read the lawsuit that he was in with Diddy and Jag. Yeah, he was in that lawsuit, wasn't he? He sure was. That's the one he's talking about, that somebody filed and said you have to have all this money. Who could afford to file it? Sir, it didn't cost that much money to file a lawsuit. And if it costs more than you can afford, you can file it yourself, like some of these people have done in a couple of the lawsuits that I showed you all. So, yeah, I don't believe that. Gwendolyn says Snoop got good wine. Snoop sells wine too. All right, honey. Shout out to Snoop and his wine. Anita says attention seekers. Okay, JFG says, is Allie legit? No, Allie has been proven to be a liar who lies. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Some of these people are not whistleblowers. They're clout chasers and liars who lie. I'm going to let y'all finish listening to him while I look for some updates.
Legendary Dapper Dan said he grew up, he knew Combs' parents. And he said what's going on with Combs didn't start with him. It started with his family. The same things I see when I'm battling trafficking cases. The most common enablers of this activity are close relatives, families, and friends.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something.
There are lots of rumors, as you know, swirling.
Let me tell y'all something. This man sitting here talking about he's battling trafficking cases. Do y'all think that people who are actually boots on the ground going out to stop and fight against traffickers are on the darn news? Do you think they're on YouTube giving interviews? No, they're not. And do you know why they're not? Because people who are battling and looking for traffickers don't want the traffickers to know who the hell they are. Because if they know who you are, how are you going to catch them when they know who to look for? How are you going to keep yourself safe? Because won't they be trying to take you out? Now, he claims that people have tried to take him out. But the bottom line is, sir, if you're really out here boots on the ground trying to catch traffickers, the organization that you'd be working with would definitely not have you doing these interviews. Or if you were working with law enforcement, they would definitely not have you doing interviews. This is what I know, not what I think. Again, let me remind you that my uncle was a special agent for the GBI and for Homeland Security, where they really went out boots on the ground and caught traffickers. And what they didn't do ever is sit on media, on YouTube, nor the informants who were working with them, the whistleblowers who worked with them, nor did any of them. It could compromise the integrity of any investigation. It could put them in harm's way, the agents in harm's way, and even those who were the victims of trafficking in harm's way. Because somebody could be looking for them, and while they're out here going to try to save the people that are being trafficked, the target could be put on their backs just by the fact that these people are being hunted and they're after, or they're trying to help them. Okay, so he's not even making any sense. Okay, that's just what it is. Now, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, because some of y'all love lies and don't want to hear the truth because the truth hurts and it doesn't fit your narrative. But don't go in on me. I'm just telling y'all what it is. Okay, I'm just telling y'all. Jeremel says, absolutely not, Queen. Clout chaser telling lies. Exactly. That's exactly what I believe. That's exactly what I believe. Okay, why isn't he testifying against Diddy in this damn trap? Okay, if you know so much and you're so for the people that are being trafficked, sir, why aren't you testifying against Diddy's? Why didn't you go sit down to the feds and do an interview like everybody else who's going to be testifying today? Yes, sir, please sit down somewhere. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now we're cooking with grease. Let's get into it. And it looks like I have a document. What is this? Exhibit? Government Exhibit 1303. Okay, let me see what they're talking about. Hold on, let me see where to start because I don't want to miss a thing. Okay, so last we left off was with him having told Cassie's admitting that Diddy had the LA dealers not to deal with her, and she was taking his rugs with a D behind his back. Then about the incident with Carrie Morgan being hit with a hanger, and then AUSA stepped in when Cassie was asked about the incident with Suge Knight and Diddy's guns, and if she was there with him. AUSA said, just for the parties. Okay, so now let's go to this. Estavio says, hold on, let me pause this music. Ooh, honey, this multitasking is strenuous. Y'all pay attention, honey. Okay, I only got 2 little old hands. Okay, so Estavio says, you sent him an explicit message? Ventura says, yes. Estavio says he responded with a number of M's. He wrote, too bad you have to work, LOL. Ventura said he did. Estavio said, you ask him, are you feeling better? Then he's discussing bodily function. She says, yes. Okay, then Estavio says, Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at London Hotel. Ventura says he did. Estavio says, then he says, I got out of a spiritual therapy session. Ventura says, I asked, how did it go? Estavio said, he said, it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. Okay, that's where they stop at. Okay, now let me check this other source. This is all juicy. We're getting a scoop today, guys. Pay attention. We're getting the scoop. Now I'm going back to homie CC clout chasing on Pierce Morgan.
About Diddy and have been accelerated by what's happened to him. One of them is that he had something to do with Tupac Shakur's murder. Do you believe that?
Well, you know, when it...
I believe it, damn it. And that's why Diddy needs to go down. Yes, I believe he gave Zip $1 million to take out Tupac. Absolutely. He was jealous and hating on Tupac. Diddy, you're going to prison or to hell. Okay, because guess what? Even if Diddy makes it out of here, I think they're going to have him Epstein. Okay?
When it comes to situations like that, you got to look at the list of facts. There's a guy by Dwayne Keith Davis who's currently in a Las Vegas detention center. And, you know, he swears up and down that Combs promised him a payment to unalive the rapper. And the rapper became unalived. And, you know, FBI say Eric Von Zip intercepted the payment and kept it for himself. Like this, the paper trail wouldn't exist. If there's smoke, there's fire, Pierce.
Other people say that Diddy was a Fed himself, that he was on their payroll. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, you know, that's definitely a...
I already showed you all the proof and the receipts and the documents. Remember, you heard it here first. I showed you the documents. And I even told you back in 2021 that I thought Diddy and Jay-Z were working for the feds. But then I showed you the proof from 1995 where an agent who's now retired, he's like 75 years old. His name is Mark Parody, P-A-R-I-D-Y, said that Diddy, or it said on the paperwork that I showed you, that Diddy was working for Agent Mark Parody. Okay. And let's not forget that my uncle is a retired special agent, so all we had to do was make a few phone calls. Okay, so anyway, let's continue.
Possibility, but oftentimes in my culture, being an African-American male, sometimes we can believe that we're bigger than the program. And the moment he decided to sue the liquor company Diageo, that's when all of the onset of these problems started. You know, when you offend a list of board of directors and all of them are richer than you.
Why doesn't he just answer the question and stop talking so much? Okay, let's get back into it because now defense attorney Ana Estavio asked Cassie Ventura to confirm the Johnson's baby oil they used during the freak-offs, that it was never laced with rugs. The defense attorney also asked her to confirm that filling a baby pool would take a lot of baby oil and might explain why Sean Diddy Combs was keeping lots of baby oil on hand. Okay, Judge Aaron Subramaniam sustained an objection to that question. Oh, really? That's interesting. Now, large amounts of baby oil were recovered during searches of Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles in March of 2024. According to an indictment at the time, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including rugs, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant at his homes, according to the indictment. You know, that does make sense. If he was putting oil in that baby tub or that little blow-up tub or whatever, that little blow-up kiddie pool, to fill it up and have Cassie dunk herself in there, well, that would explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Now, defense attorney Ana Estavo is suggesting that Sean Diddy Combs was going through withdrawal in the days before March 2016 in the Intercontinental Hotel. Now, here she comes. I told y'all she was going somewhere. She's going to try to say diminished capacity. Did I say it or did I say it? I want y'all to put fire emojis in the chat, because didn't I call it? That's exactly where she's going. Diminished capacity is where this is headed, honey. She's going to make the argument, like I told you all, that because of Diddy being so what's the word I'm looking for? Because of him being so addicted to these illegal substances that he was taking, and then him getting so violent and upset when he was not able to get them, that it made him have diminished capacity, and that's why he beat the crap out of Cassie. That's where she's going. I already told y'all. Okay, I should have been working for the prosecution or the defense, honey. But at the end of the day, if I was working for the defense, honey, Diddy would have had to pay me 30 million. Okay, please pay attention. Now, with that all being said, Combs' attorney reviewed a series of text messages from March the 3rd between Combs and Cassie Ventura, in which the couple discussed Combs having symptoms that Estavo suggested are consistent with withdrawal. Do you all hear this? Do you all hear this at the end of the day? Okay. JFG says, did Cassie stay for love or fear? I'm going to go with both. I'm going to go with both. I think that she did absolutely fear Diddy, and many people did and still do. Okay, that's why people are using pseudonyms when they're testifying, and also why some people aren't going to testify. But at the end of the day, Cassie's already admitted that she was enamored with Diddy, and she loved him so, and she clearly loved him more than she loved her poor self. And was she fearful of him? I absolutely believe that she was. So with that all being said, this is very pivotal to this information, because love and fear is likely what kept her there. Okay, this is what kept her there, honey. Okay, Aqua Girl Rising said, not baby oil mud wrestling. Diddy is living like it's 1982. Shaking my head. Okay, Vince I am from the UK said, can you imagine Queen defending Diddler? That would be hilarious. It sure would be hilarious, but what wouldn't be is if he got off, because I could get his behind off, but I ain't getting him off. I'd have set Diddy up for failure. Okay, I'd have got my 30 million and took him right on down the road to hell. Okay, and that's called jail. Because at the end of the day, Diddy, we know what you did. Okay, we know what you did. You had something to do with Tupac. Okay, at the end of the day, I'd have gotten up there and asked all the wrong questions on purpose. No, you couldn't do that, because even if you did, guess what? Then Diddy would get off. His conviction will be overturned. All right, so with that all being said, oh, honey, this is all so juicy. Let me see what else they have. Okay, here we go. He started talking about bodily functions. Then Estavo says, Mr. Combs went to your premiere at the premiere lunch in London Hotel. Ventura said he did. Estavo says, then he says, I got out of a spiritual therapy session. Ventura says, I asked, how did it go? Estavo says, he said it's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident. Estavo then says, you say, baby, I want to FO so bad. You were asked in your direct, and you said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere. She says, sure. Estavo says, Mr. Combs says, if we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after? She says, yes. Okay, so Cassie's saying that the only reason she wanted to have an FO the night before her premiere is because she wanted to not have a fight or beef with him. But I want y'all to pay attention to something. Here's where this is going. I'm going to tell y'all ahead of time. Here's where I think she's going with this. Here's where I think she's going with this. She's making a point that remember when the prosecution said that the fight at the hotel when Diddy beat the crap out of Cassie, I think this defense is doing a good job, because here's what I just thought about. She's making the argument, wait for it. She's saying, you said that you didn't want to have a problem with him before the night of the premiere or before the premiere, which was maybe a day or two away. Cassie said yes. So Cassie asked for that freak off. The prosecution has already said that freak off they had at that hotel that night, Cassie didn't want it. That's why she was fighting Diddy, or that's why Diddy was beating her, because he was trying to make her have that freak off. How did he make her have the freak off if she's the one who told him she wanted to have the freak off? Are y'all paying attention? This might be a hole in the prosecution's theory. Y'all heard that? Let me read it again. Let me read it again. And let me tell y'all something. I want y'all to check something out here. This is how you play good cop, bad cop. This is what the defense is doing. Remember how I told you they can't go in hard in the paint on Cassie? I told you all this days before the trial started. I told you they're going to have to talk to her nice, but here's the thing. You know, one of the things they taught us in criminal justice is how to conduct an interrogation. So when you talk to a person nice and sweet and handle them with kitten gloves, like clearly Astavio is doing, I mean, she's buttering Cassie up. She's brown nosed and telling her, oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you're just lovely. Well, it's true. This is what she says when Cassie says thank you. She said, but it's true. And she's of Cassie's ethnicity. Okay, remember I pointed that out to you all? I want y'all to pay attention. So now what she has done, by the way she's handling this whole thing, she has made Cassie comfortable. And what happens when you get comfortable? When you're supposed to be skeptical and be on your toes, you start getting lax, and then you slip up and you say something. God damn it. The defense is playing chess, not checkers. I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to pay attention. Okay, TC Dan said Queen is teaching, classes in session. Thank you, beloved. All righty, Vision said chess move. I have to agree. Okay, Claudette said gaining her confidence. There you go. Above all that drama said talk too much. Yes, she just did. I want y'all to pay attention. This is helping Diddy. Woo, honey. Christopher said you make mistakes. Yes, you do. Vince I Am said let the guard down. Exactly, Queen. Yes. Honey, the prosecution, this is why they wanted to have her lawyer be able to talk to her when they go to break, so he can coach her on what to say and what not to say. But the defense wasn't having it because they already knew their plan of attack. And I'm gonna tell you something else. When the defense put out their strategy days before the trial started, I was thinking, now why in the hell would they put their whole strategy out there and give the prosecution the us? That's not smart. I think they played them. I think they baited them. I think they wanted them to think this is the road we're going to take, but then they took a fork in the damn road and went in the other direction. Y'all pay attention. This is getting juicy. Okay, this is getting juicy, honey. Woo, honey. Adrian said this is why the prosecution wants to rush her off the stand. You already know it is. And this is the star witness. Okay, no matter who they put up after this, it ain't going to be as effective as anything that Cassie has said, because she's the star witness for a reason. Wow, this is all crazy. Nicole says, Queen, you called it, prepared us for this. I sure did, beloved. Thank you. See, when I was telling you all how the defense is going to go, remember when I did the scenarios and I was telling you what they're going to say and how they're going to ask Cassie, and people were in my chat getting all mad. Oh, you're defending Diddy when you're caping from Diddy. No, I said what I'm doing is I'm giving you insight into the defense's line of questioning, because if I was on the defense, this is what I would be asking. And the things that I told you they're going to ask Cassie is the things that they're asking Cassie. And how I told you they're going to try to trip her up is exactly how they've tried to trip her up. Okay, I didn't miss a beat. And I want y'all to pay attention because this is exactly what just happened. Okay, but let's keep listening to Big Homie Clout Chase.
You can get the short end of the stick, and that's what we're watching happen here.
Big Homie, we've all heard a lot about these freak-offs. Most people I've talked to say, well, there were layers of parties that Diddy would throw. There was the public one with all the glamour and all the celebrities and stuff, and then there'd be various layers ending up in the freak-off area, and that would go on sometimes for days and was extremely depraved, involved a lot of drugs, a lot of very kinky, depraved sex and so on. What can you tell me about the freak-offs? For those who don't know anything about this world, what was it about the freak-offs that is so fascinating to people, do you think?
what people have to understand is swinger parties exist. And that's exactly the lifestyle that this gentleman lives. He's a swinger. And swingers hang with other swingers. That's what it is. Like the term freak off has become sensationalized by media, but what the true nature and name for this event is going to be called a swinger party, Pierce. And that's what takes place. You people, partners sharing their partner, indulging in sexual acts.
Now, do y'all hear what he's saying? He said this is going to be called a swinger party. Now, this is what he thinks about it. Some of the jurors may be thinking the same thing, okay? I want you all to pay attention because here's the thing. Some of these jurors are not going to feel like this meets the criteria to be called S trafficking, okay? Some of them are just not going to think it. And I've already told you all that. My aunt Egypt said, Queen Ahmadiyyah, you're amazing. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate your kind words. This is all so juicy. Vince I Am says, I never forgot about them wigs watching the Queen of Receipts. Okay, Kiara says, oh yes, Chad, and the two students that were fighting Kane and apologize for interrupting my chat time, not for fighting, LOL. What's going on, honey? Who is fighting? It's all nefarious. Okay, Nicole said, excellent content creators take themselves out of the conversation and focus on the issue at hand. Thank you, beloved. That's exactly what I do because I always tell you all, and for those of you who follow the spiritual channel, you know this to be true, that when you are caught up in your feelings, you overlook the facts. Because when you're in your feelings, you want the narrative and you want the information to align with your own thinking. And when you do that, you're not using critical thinking skills. You're not exhibiting metacognition, which we've also talked about on the spiritual channel. And that's why I talk to you all so much about these things, because we have to be mindful of what we think. It is not always about what you believe or how you feel. It's about the facts, the proof, and the receipts, okay? And you have to be able to take your feelings out of certain situations so that you can give unbiased, okay? You can give unbiased perspectives because most of us don't like Diddy. I damn sure don't. But at the end of the day, that doesn't stop me from seeing the truth or seeing how things are unfolding, okay? Fly Gemini said, is that big Kool-Aid on the screen? That's the homie Cece, beloved. Claudette said, yes, you have, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Vince I Am said, spiritual gems, pay attention. Adrian said, think about what you think. Right, Queen. Absolutely. That's metacognition. We had a whole video about that on the spiritual channel. Okay, we're going to go back to homie Cece where I look for more updates.
You know, as long as things are consensual, you know, what people do is their business. But if I'm getting a call because somebody's applying oppression on other people, that's when things become a problem. And, you know, I had sent in a video of the guy, Combs, walking around, collecting everyone's cell phone before they get onto a yacht to go party. Why do you have to collect everyone's cell phone before you go onto a party? He's collecting the phones himself. That's what I meant by there's layers to the party. You know, the first part of the event is going to be a normal socializing mixer. But, you know, when the guy comes out collecting phones, that's when things are about to get, that's when somebody's cake's getting touched. This is how it goes. It's a zest apocalypse right now, man. We got to do something about this.
Is there any doubt that he was bisexual? That seems to be clear from a lot of the evidence that's come out.
Yeah. All of these guys are when it comes to that. Like, I've very rarely seen any straight dudes in this industry, man. That's why I pivoted my business. Like, it's like, you know, I don't want to be the only straight man at the party. So, you know, I got to change it up. All of these dudes are, man.
But the...
Okay, big homie CC, please sit down somewhere, sir. Okay, please sit down somewhere. Talk about he didn't want to be the only heterosexual man there. Okay, well then, sir, you didn't have to be there. That's what you need to remember. You didn't have to be there, but you went there according to your own words, because you were paid to be there because you were a bodyguard. Now, if you are a bodyguard and you don't like what you're seeing, you can always quit and go be a bodyguard for somewhere else. So I'm not buying what he's selling. That's just how I feel about it. Now, with that all being said, let's get into it with these last couple of updates. Trial's about to be over for today because it's 7 minutes till 5. Okay, so defense attorney Ana Estavio is suggesting that Sean Diddy Combs was going through withdrawal in the days before the March 2016 assault in the Intercontinental Hotel. Guess what? This is going to align with Diddy's video. Watch this. I'm gonna prove it to y'all. This is going to help Diddy. Watch this. Now I want y'all to listen to what Diddy said in that apology that we laughed at.
Difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up.
Diddy was upped up. Y'all heard him. Didn't Diddy say that was a dark time in his life? He said he was upped up. He said he had to get counseling. He had to get therapy. And I said, Diddy, did you really get therapy? Like sit down somewhere? Okay, I want y'all to pay attention. What just happened on this stand is aligning with that darn fake arse apology. Diddy said that he was upped up, and he said he went to therapy and all of that. Y'all remember? I'm gonna read y'all I'm gonna play the whole thing for you, okay? Now, but hold on, let me finish this. So anyway, Combs' attorney reviewed a series of text messages from March the 3rd. Now remember, the fight happened on March the 5th, 2 days later. These texts were sent March the 3rd, okay? Between Combs and Cassie Ventura, in which the couple discussed Combs having symptoms that Estavio suggested are consistent with withdrawal. They got it right here, y'all. I hate to say it. Ventura testified that she does not remember Combs going through withdrawal at the time. Now, why doesn't she remember? I bet she does remember. What did I tell y'all people do when they lie on the witness stand? They say, I don't recall. I can't remember. Not to my recollection. But bam, here goes the proof. The lady shows her the text messages and says, what Cassie said in the text message basically acknowledged that he appeared to be sick at the time. So whether you remember now or not, your text messages are saying that he was sick. Okay, that's what it says. And Cassie Ventura testified that she does not remember Combs going through withdrawals at that time. She acknowledged, that means she confirmed that the text appeared to suggest he was sick at the damn time. God damn it. That's one for Diddy. The defense won this round. We're going to be back in tomorrow, locked in and tuned in to see how this is all going. But I'm telling y'all right now, the defense ate on this. Are y'all hearing it? They literally ate. They got Cassie on 2 points. They got her on the point that she said, the prosecution said Cassie didn't want to be at that freak off, and that's why Diddy dragged her back and all that stuff. But Cassie's text messages tell a different story, that she requested that they have that freak off. Now, she can sit there and say that she only asked for the freak off because she didn't want any trouble with her premiere. That's a hypothetical. She didn't know that she would actually have trouble at her premiere. Okay, so that could be just a convenient excuse. I'm not saying that it is, but the jury may say that it is. That's who counts. It doesn't matter what I think. I'm just a YouTuber. I almost call myself a damn screw-tuber because that's what I call them. Please pay attention. But not only that, they got her on that, and now they got her admitting that that man was possibly suffering from withdrawal because of those rugs. They also got her to admit on the stand that Diddy suffered an OD and had to go to the hospital. That shows that he was very, very caught up in those rugs. She's also admitted that she was an addict herself, so much so that she was stealing the illegal substances from Diddy, and that she was taking them sometimes and didn't even want Diddy to know how serious her rug addiction was. Then she also said, pay attention, that Diddy would get upset with her if she was taking rugs without him and when she was hanging out with her friends. And remember, this is all adding up. Okay, I just want you all to pay attention. When she's pointing out that Diddy didn't want her taking rugs when she's with her friends, okay, that looks like Diddy was concerned about maybe she might OD because he already did, or that he was concerned about it. Then let's not forget that the S worker testified to the other day. See, I'm remembering all this off the top of my damn head. I didn't even write any of this stuff down, but I just want y'all to pay attention to how observant the queen is and how I can find things that most people miss. But if you remember, the S worker also said that they were supposed to have a freak off one day and he'd been paid to be there. But when he got there, Cassie looked like she was high and drunk and she was slumped over. And Diddy said, man, I don't think it's going to happen tonight. You're going to have to leave. So that looked like Diddy cared enough about her to not want her to be doing it when she was not knowing exactly what she was doing. And both of them being high on rugs all the time and so frequently and being addicts at the end of the day, this just speaks to the reason as to why maybe their relationship was so toxic and violent. Not to mention, they already pointed out that Cassie got into a whole bar fight simply because somebody took a picture of her or she thought they were recording her and she went in and hit them upside the head. She said it out of her own mouth that she hit him upside the head, and then they said that she wanted to kill them. So this is showing that both of these people have a propensity towards violence, and that both of these people, in fact, were doing rugs on a regular basis, leading to the volatile, toxic relationship and all of these things they were doing. And Cassie has already admitted that sometimes she was absolutely complicit in the freak-offs. We already know that she was the one setting them up, whether Diddy told her to do it or not. She was the one making the calls, paying for it sometimes, even though it might have been with Diddy's money. But the ex-worker from the other day said she paid for it with her debit or credit card. So was that Diddy's money too? I don't know. But I'm telling y'all right now, the defense just ate today. The prosecution ate yesterday. The defense ate today. And now we all see why the prosecution wants them to get her off that stand quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because this is on and popping. Okay? This is on and popping. Thank you, Thomas said you are the best. Thank you, beloved. Okay? Aqua Girl Ryder said, y'all done made the queen curse. Yes, they done made me curse, girl, because the defense did a good job, so now I'm nervous. I already told you all, if Diddy, why do I still have homie CC up here? Let me take his behind down. Hold on, let me take him down. Oh my goodness, I want y'all to pay attention. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with the whole thing. I already told you guys that if Diddy gets off, all of y'all in this chat are going to have to donate to my fund for me to pack my bags and get the hell up out of here and go to Costa Rica. Okay? Because if Diddy gets up out of this, don't come looking for me, Diddy. Because the insider who was at some of those parties told me about the lesser key of Solomon that Diddy was using to allegedly conjure up them 72 demons. Don't come looking for me, Diddy, because the insider also told me about the bacchanalias that you call freak-offs and why you get down with the zestiness because of the ancient Roman stuff. Okay, don't come looking for me, Diddy, because I figured it out myself that you have that tattoo of Erzuli Danter on your back because you're involved in Haitian voodoo and possibly Santeria that J-Lo taught you. Don't get mad at me, Diddy, because when I asked another insider who also knows about those 7 rooms in that house on One Star Island where they have all that stuff that pertains to the lesser key of Solomon, that they confirmed me and told me I was absolutely right about what I was thinking about this tattoo on his back, and they said that he was conjuring up not only Erzuli Danter but her sister Erzuli Frida, who protects zesty men who like men. Okay, y'all remember all of that? If you don't, go back and watch those videos. Now y'all see why other YouTubers with bigger platforms steal my talking points. But y'all pay attention, because I notice things that other people just don't. I have a knack for doing that. Okay, please pay attention. This is all so crazy. At the end of the day, and then Tyology Terry said he went somewhere spiritual. Yes, that's what he said, right? Ain't no telling what he was up to when he went to do something spiritual. I would imagine that it was to engage in some of the arts that he practices, and I'm talking about dark arts. Okay, Nicole said, Queen cooked, washed the dishes, and cleaned the kitchen. Lights off. Thank you, beloved. That's a good one. Okay, so with that all being said, I love you all to life. Let's go to the footage of where everybody's leaving the courthouse and see what's going on here. let me go to that because I'm expecting that it's going to be over with pretty soon because it's 5 o'clock right now. Let me check for further updates, and I'm going to go to this. We don't want to miss a thing.
That she physically attacked. I think the defense will argue that Cassie Ventura was jealous, admitted to being insanely.
It could cost you up to $8,000 to fix a transmission, or up to $10,000 to fix your engine, or up to $2,000.
Examination, which begins tomorrow, but as well as closing arguments that really Cassie was the instigator when it came to many of these violent episodes. Not saying I believe it, but I fully expect the defense to go in that direction starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can imagine, I mean, she's 8 months pregnant, the stress this is taking on her, the toll that it is taking while pregnant, while having to testify in this extremely graphic sense. You know, I want to play out some of this sound that we got today. Leaving court was her attorney, Douglas Wigner. He's pretty high profile as far as victims' rights go. So let's just play that. I want to get you to respond to it on the back end. Let's listen to this.
Thank you. Sir, how do you think she did? Powerful testimony today. What was the most powerful part of it? Just the whole thing was powerful. And she told her truth. I wouldn't want to be having to do that cross-examination. That's for sure. Are you worried about how she's holding up being pregnant and having to deal with all that stress? It's always a concern, obviously, given that she's about to give birth. But in the coming weeks, but I'm not going to give a date, but as you can see in court, she's very pregnant. She's about to give birth.
Hold on, I'm going to stop right there so I can read you all this last one before they close out. They've already dismissed, the jury has been dismissed for the day. Okay, testimony is expected to resume again tomorrow morning, and y'all know we will be locked in. Okay, now here's what they said. Okay, defense attorney Ana Estavio is going through more text messages between Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs from March 3rd of 2016, which led to the freak-off before the eventual assault in the hotel hallway. Some of these messages were shown to the jury, but by prosecutors during Ventura's direct examination. But after going back and forth about potential plans with her friends, Ventura messaged saying, "We can have fun. I don't want you to be thinking I don't want to." This is what she said. She told Combs to set it up. That's the freak off. The defense attorney suggested Ventura proposed and encouraged the freak off. Ventura pushed back, testifying that the messages from Combs repeatedly asking about her plans for the night was his way of posing a freak off. Well, there's no proof of that. That's just what Cassie is saying. Now, unless they have text messages of Diddy specifically saying that, she still is the one. See, Cassie, in my opinion, right here, is making excuses as to why she asked for that freak off. Now, she's made 2 excuses. The excuse that she gave yesterday upon the direct cross was she said that she only did so because she didn't want to have a beef with Diddy before the premiere. Now she's telling the attorney during the cross-examination that when Diddy kept asking her about her plans for the night, that was his way of posing a freak off. I would think that Diddy's direct enough that if he wanted a freak off, he'd just come out and say it. Listen, I want to have a freak off tonight. Because how do we know Diddy would likely say that? Because here's the thing. If you remember, there was another instance when Cassie wanted to be with Diddy by herself, remember? And she said she wanted to have relations with him or spend time with him. And Diddy said, she said she wanted to F. She was like, I really want to F. Y'all remember that from previous testimony? And then Diddy said in the text message exchange, Diddy said something like, he said, call somebody. He said, you gonna call somebody or you want to call somebody? And she said, I just wanted to be me and you. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Diddy let her know that time, and I don't remember what else he said, but he basically let her know that he wanted it to be a freak off, and she only wanted it to be him and her. So when Diddy wanted a freak off, it seems to me that he would just come out and flat out say that, not beat around the bush or try to mince his words. Okay? Because how can he be in the one case bossy and controlling and dictating your whole life, even down to what you wear, but then when it's time for a freak off, he doesn't just come out and say it? You have to guess that's what he wants? I don't think so. So Cassie's making excuses for herself, in my opinion. No shade on her, but that's just what it's given. Okay, so anyway, then she said that was his way of posing a freak off. She said that when you're with someone for so long, you know what they mean when they text certain things. Okay. In some of the text messages, Combs indicated that they should do the freak off sooner rather than later, since Ventura had events coming up for a premiere. Okay, so he did flat out say something about the freak off after she said that. All right, so why would he mince words previously? She's the one that initiated the freak off that night. So that story that the prosecution's putting out there, that's not going to go so well, I don't think, with the jury. Vince I Am said, exactly, Queen, as Diddler hasn't got time to beat around the bush and be very direct. Okay? This is all nefarious, honey. Okay, Nicole says, SEX rugs and rock and roll at its finest. Ooh, honey, this is a lot. This is a lot. Gwendolyn said Cassie was addicted to the FOs. Honey, I think they both were. Ooh, this is all crazy. JD Lampkin said, did we forget that one of the male escorts said Cassie was in charge? She was putting on a big front in front of her husband. Beloved, where have you been, JD Lampkin? Okay, welcome to the chat. But I did say that. I pointed that out when she did it. And I'm glad you said it too. So that brings it back around to my memory. So let me go back to that. You guys remember, I did point that out to you when the S worker, okay, I said it today earlier too, I think, on maybe the first video. But I told you all that my friend, my source who's sitting right there, said that Cassie was talking like that because there's no telling what she told her husband. But what she wanted him to think. But also remember, I told you all that too. I said there's no telling what she's told her husband during their pillow talk sessions. And Cassie probably has had her husband all this time thinking that Diddy was the one doing all of this stuff, and she only went along with it because she was afraid. But at the end of the day, she probably never told her husband that she was sometimes initiating these things, and quite frankly, sometimes even enjoyed it. Okay, so absolutely, the male escort. I told you all, that's why I told you, and I'm glad you brought that up, beloved, because let me reiterate. This is why I told you all that somebody was lying yesterday. I said either Cassie's lying or the male escort lied. Because the male escort said Cassie was initiating stuff, and Cassie told him to do the golden showers on her. And then when the time when they're talking about she was choking or whatever, now I'm not sure if it was that instant, but there was one instance where he said that he was like doing it and it was just like really pouring. And Cassie said something about, you got to drizzle it. You can't just be doing it like that or whatever. And her and Diddy supposedly told him how to do it. But he said Cassie asked for that. Okay. But when they asked Cassie about it yesterday, she said that Diddy was the one that would tell them to do that. Now, maybe they both did, but she never even said anything about the fact that she told them to do that too. So who's lying? Her or the S worker? I feel like she didn't want to admit to that in front of her husband. Okay? Just like you do, JD. I said the same thing, that I feel like she didn't want to say that in front of her husband. And I also told you all that I believe that's why Diddy and his team wanted her husband to not be in there during her testimony. They tried to get him put out of there while she's testifying because they knew that she's likely not going to tell the whole truth because he's sitting right there and she doesn't want him judging her or looking at her crazy. And who would? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this is all going to come out. Gravedigger said, Philip said it. That's right. Daniel Phillip. That's his name. Okay, so there's going to be some more S workers, but I want you all to pay attention because even before the trial started, didn't I tell you guys that the S workers are going to play a big role in this? Because I told you the S workers are going to be asked certain questions that's going to, basically come down to, was Cassie coerced and forced? Or was she consenting to these things? And I told you that if Diddy is the one sitting there watching and recording, and they're the ones engaging in these acts with Cassie most of the time, sometimes Diddy did also get in on it. But I said if they were having relations with Cassie and Diddy's not involved, he's just sitting there recording and pleasuring himself, are they going to really get up there and say, no, it was not consensual, it was coerced? Because now they look like they're a whole rapist. So how's that going to go? I want y'all to pay attention. This is all crazy at the end of the day. Ooh, honey, this is so juicy. I can't even stand it. Okay. Let me go to sleep so the morning can get here. Nicole said, Diddy gonna get sentenced to rehab, shaking my head. Vince I Am said, you did, Queen, before the nefarious trial began. Okay. This is all juicy. Listen, I love y'all to life, honey. Let's see who's leaving out the courtroom. Where is all the footage? Hold on. Let me see what's going on here.
All weekend long. Yes, the prosecution wants Cassie off the stand as soon as possible, but the defense wants to hold her until the end of the day tomorrow. That way, the defense can get out their strongest points. So that way, when the jurors get up from their seats and go home, they have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all weekend to think about, wait, maybe Cassie isn't this angel that the prosecution is trying to make her out to be. So yes, the defense wants to hold her onto the stand to the very last second to ask the last question. So that way, going into the weekend, they have a lot to think about. But of course, the prosecution doesn't want that. The prosecution wants to get their points across and wants her off the stand so they can call another witness. But we'll see what the judge does and see how far they're allowed to cross-examine her.
Let me tell you all something. He's exactly right. That's exactly the truth of it right there. They want to hurry up and get Cassie off that darn stand so that the jurors aren't pondering on every little detail of what Cassie said. Okay? They don't want them pondering on every little detail of what Cassie said over the weekend. All right? They want to get somebody else up there so they have something else to think about other than Cassie's testimony. And I want you all to pay attention because I think you probably already know that everything that I pointed out to you about inconsistencies, lies, and what have you, y'all don't think the jury noticed it too? I bet you they did. Okay, we've got some smart jurors. Okay, we have some smart jurors on there. I told you all their backgrounds and the type of jobs they have and all of that. I bet you these people notice these things as well. Okay, so this is all getting real juicy down to the nitty gritty. Do y'all think that they believe that Cassie, at 21 years old, because Cassie said she started dating Diddy when she was 21. She met him when she was 19. She got her first kiss from Diddy that she claimed she didn't want on her 21st birthday in Vegas. Now, remember, Cassie said that Diddy was her first adult relationship. That was a lie. Ryan Leslie was dating her before Diddy, and he's almost 10 years older than her. She confirmed it on the stand. And then also the fact that Cassie tried to act like she never knew anything about fellatio at the age of 21. Yeah, I'm definitely not believing that. We knew about fellatio in middle school. We knew about fellatio in middle school. Not that we did it, but we knew about it at least. And you're 21 and you don't know about it. And you're dating a whole grown man by the name of Ryan Leslie. I don't know who she dated before him, but we do know that she at least dated him before that. So if I didn't believe it, there's a chance that some of y'all didn't believe it. Y'all made it known. So that all been said, some of those jurors don't believe it either. Pay attention. That's why I said Cassie should have just came in and told the whole truth and nothing but, and focused on her answers about Diddy. Just told the whole truth. Don't try to paint yourself out to be an angel, because no angel would have engaged in freak-offs, okay, that they initiated. Now, if you're being made to do them, that's one thing. But you asking for freak-offs and saying, oh, I just can't wait to have a freak-off, no angel would have done that. So I'm not falling for that little trick right there. At the end of the day, Queen IC says Ryan Leslie groomed her. He may have, I don't know, but the bottom line is Diddy wasn't her first adult relationship, so I don't even know why she said that. Okay, I don't even know why she said that. Well, we all know that she was dating Ryan Leslie before Diddy. Another thing is this too. You know, some of those people on the jury are elders. Y'all know that, right? Some of the people on the jury are elders. And so with that all being said, how do you think some of them feel about the fact? Because people are judgmental, even though they shouldn't be. They should just go by the facts. But some people are judgmental. They're going to judge Diddy based off that video of him beating the crap out of Cassie and just already see that he's guilty. That's what some people are going to do. But also, how do you think some of the older jurors feel about the fact that Cassie was dating Ryan Leslie, who introduced her to Diddy? She ditched him and went with Diddy. And then Diddy was dating Kim Porter, and Cassie knew it and had kids with Kim Porter, and Cassie was dating him. And then while she was dating Diddy, she starts dating Alex Fine. And she also went out with Kid Cudi and Michael B. Jordan. Now, even though she could say her and Diddy were on a break, but she was still messing with Diddy while they were on the break. Okay, so I'm just saying, what do you think these elder people, because you know they say, oh, they were fast and they were this and that. I'm just saying, y'all know how the older people feel about certain things that some of the younger people may not feel the same way. It may not be a big deal to younger people, but some of these older people, I think that was all by design too. So what do you think they're going to be thinking? Well, I'm going to tell you this. Even if they're not being judgmental on Cassie, what they are going to be likely thinking is that she's not all sweet and innocent. So all I'm saying. So please pay attention. Okay. And then also, let's not forget that it's going to come up at some point about Cassie coming and meeting up with Diddy and coddling him after Kim Porter died and going to the funeral even after Diddy did all these things to her, including rape. They're going to bring all of that up. The prosecution is going to bring in an expert witness who's going to explain why a victim of abuse and trafficking would still go and see the person who was the abuser and the trafficker. The defense is going to bring in an expert who's going to say why somebody like Diddy would suffer diminished capacity and psychological issues due to the use of drugs that they were constantly using, and also that they had diminished capacity because of the withdrawal and all of that. Here's the thing too to keep in mind. In Diddy's apology, Diddy said that he was in rehab. What happens when you're in rehab? What happens when you're in rehab? You can't take your drugs. You can't take your drugs. And you go through withdrawal symptoms. So is that what was going on exactly when that whole thing started at the hotel? Whether it was or wasn't, they've already raised reasonable doubts in somebody on that jury's mind. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Okay? Prosecutor Emily Johnson said she expects about an hour of redirect cross-examination when the defense team finishes its cross-examination of Cassie. Judge Iron Subramanian told the defense that they could be able, or they should be able, to finish cross-examination with a balance of the trial tomorrow. Why does he keep rushing them? This is not going to be good. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said they do their best, but still made no promises that cross-examination could be finished in that time frame. At the end of the day, if they're not done during the cross-exam, let them cook. Because I promise you, if that judge doesn't, even if Diddy gets convicted, they're going to get it overturned. Just watch what I told you. Remember, you heard it here first. Subramanian has noted that he does technically have authority to cut off cross-examination when it's mounted to the duration of the direct testimony. Well, sir, you might have the authority to do so, but guess what? That's at your discretion, which still means that if you do, in fact, cut off the cross-exam before the defense is done, Diddy can file that in his appeal along with all the other shenanigans that they pulled. That's all I'm telling y'all, okay? That's all I'm telling you. Now, let's keep listening to this because I want to hear what this man has to say.
And it seems like for the prosecution, when they do finally get their opportunity for the redirect, it seems like at any point in a relationship, when you're talking about this long, 10, 11 years, you just know how many messages that you send back and forth to your.
Hold on, let me read the super chat. Metro Man, thank you for your contribution, beloved, and your insight into the topic. Peace, love, and blessings. Says, remember the trauma. How does she remember the name and face of every SEX member? Yeah, because my source told me that on yesterday, we didn't get this part in the updates, but my source told me that Cassie spewed out about 15 names of S workers that they knew very well. Okay, about 15 different S workers. She was able to just rattle out their names real quick. She knew them like that because they used them so very often. Okay? So that lets you know how regular they had these things. I mean, they knew these people by name and all of that stuff. And here's the thing. Her and Diddy were crazy to have these people come into their houses. I just thought that was crazy for both of them on both their behalves, as far as I'm concerned. And also, let's not forget that she literally helped out the defense yesterday when she admitted that Diddy talked to her previously about swinging. She literally used that word. I almost passed out. She said the same word that the defense has been using. So all of this stuff, honey, this is all a hot mess. But let's keep listening.
Partner, and what it seems like the defense is doing is zeroing in on these moments that are, very beneficial to their client. But at the same time, the prosecution could do the same thing. So how is the jurors going to really kind of say, okay, who's in the right here?
Yes, ultimately, that's what the jurors' jobs are, to decide based upon the facts of the case, based upon the testimony and evidence. So it's going to be hard. I mean, some jurors are probably saying, well, Cassie's a victim. And I believe what the prosecution is saying, that she was forced to do this. Some jurors right now, I bet, are thinking, wait, this seems kind of weird here. She has these text messages of consensual relationship with Sean Combs. So some jurors are thinking, hey, maybe Sean Combs and her had a consensual relationship. So ultimately, when they go back after the trial's over, they'll all discuss this. And that's when jurors' arms get twisted sometimes to go one way or the other. So I'm sure a lot of jurors right now are definitely confused based upon all these text messages and all this testimony on right now which way to lean.
And I think it should be noted too, according to the court reporters that were watching the jurors today, when the defense was showing several text messages, it seemed like the jurors were more intently looking at their screens than yesterday when there was the graphic image of some of these sex scenes. So what do you make of that, where it would seem like it would be the opposite, that you would kind of want to zero in on a screen grab rather than just a normal text message?
Yeah, some people think that they would want to see the screen. However, the text messages are key here because these are the actual words that Cassie and Sean Combs exchanged with one another. So they're definitely going to look at that and analyze the verbiage, what was said then, how it was said, the time of day. Was it said in the morning? Was it said at night? Was it said right before a freak off? Was it said after a freak off? Because that will tell you how her mindset was, because the jurors can't read her mind, but these text messages help the jurors see what was going on in her head during the time of these events, and what's going on in Sean Combs' head also during the time of the event. So for both people, that's why they're zeroing in and keying on these text messages.
And the defense later on in the day was really zeroing in on the drug use of not only their client, Sean Combs, but also Cassie as well. It seems like drug use and would favor Sean Combs in a way where we all know that when you're on drugs, you are not thinking straight.
Yes, drug use or no drug use, I think it is going to favor Sean Combs either way. If she's on drugs, it's like, she participated. But even if she's off drugs, at the end of the day, did she participate? And then was she willfully participating? So the jurors are going to be the ones who decide how the drugs come into effect here, and whether or not drugs played a part or didn't play a part, and all these, freak offs, and decide whether or not it was consensual, or was this something that Sean Combs forced her to do, and then she felt like she was able to consent. So that's where it comes down to. But at the end of the day, too, they have to prove racketeering, the prosecution. So it could be immoral, it could be a weird arrangement of events, but does Sean Combs do anything illegal? And that's the burden that the prosecution is going to have to prove at the end of the day.
Also, I want to get your take on how is the jury going to continue, really? How's the prosecution going to keep the jury really focused in? Because right now it's easy to be focused in. You got the first week, it's Cassie on the stand, and they're talking about all of these freak offs. But as it goes on, of course, it's not going to be this charged as it was maybe this first week here. So how do they keep them, especially when they start bringing in the expert witnesses? Those can sometimes be very boring on the stand.
Yes. I mean, the first week is always the most exciting part of the trial because you have opening statements. You have an exciting witness. Usually the stronger witnesses go on the first week. Once the experts come on, it can get a little boring in days. So basically, the prosecution and defense has to almost dumb it down to make it seem like it's very understandable, because sometimes testimony from experts who are highly educated can make it seem to a different level where the jurors are just not understanding what in the world's going on here. So they're going to have to definitely, hype it up, maybe ask more questions, ask exciting questions, and focus on the fact, both sides are going to focus on the fact that the defense is going to focus on that Sean Combs didn't do anything illegal. And the prosecution, what their experts are going to say, well, this is the evidence that shows that he did something illegal, and hype it up so that way to keep the jurors awake.
And it seems right now that the judge is trying to keep both sides happy, prosecution and defense lawyers, because it seems like they're going a little bit later than usual after 5 p.m. Eastern. So it would seem that they're giving the defense more time for this cross so that they can maybe wrap up before the end of the day tomorrow.
Yes, judges have lives too, and they want to go home. But jurors have lives, and they need to go home too. So the judge definitely, coordinates the schedule. But at the end of the day, people want to go home. People have lives. So the judge is trying to move this case along, and that's why you might see the judge get mad at the defense attorneys or the prosecution if people are going too slow. But for them to go past 5 o'clock on some days shows you that the judge wants this case to keep moving, and wants this case to end as soon as possible. Maybe because there's a lot of media attention there. Sometimes judges don't like all the media attention there. And sometimes judges get nervous of the media attention. So maybe this judge is like, hey, I want this case done out of my courtroom, and I want to keep the witnesses going and keep it moving.
And lastly here, I want to talk just a little bit more about what it's like for inside that courtroom as Sean Combs, the defendant, is, we all know his net worth and really just his vast amount of property.
Okay, so first off, Shawshana, thank you for becoming a YouTube member, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Now, let me just tell you all this. Remember how the judge said that he does have the authority to cut short the cross-examination? Yes, he absolutely does. But here's the thing. The judge can cut, my friend just texted me this, by the way, okay, because I text them saying, okay, how do you think it's going to go if the judge cuts it short, the cross-examination? He said, not good, because they'll come back and use that against them for the appeal, just like I told you guys, but also says that the judge can cut it short, but the parties have a right to have the opportunity to cross-examine the witness thoroughly. And it's up to the judge's discretion, which is exactly what I already told you all. So I'm just confirming. And then says that specifically, the judge has the discretion to limit or stop questioning, especially if it's irrelevant, misleading, or otherwise abusive. None of that was going on. It wasn't abusive. It wasn't misleading. And it was relevant, not irrelevant. Okay. Says also that the judge has can intervene if it's taken too long or it's not effectively eliciting relevant information. Okay, and if it's taken too long, that's if it's taken too long because they're purposely drawing it out or the information is relevant and not really pertinent to the case. So that's what my friend said. Mind you, okay, this is a lawyer. Okay, and I'm not talking about Gavin that's usually on here. Okay, this is a friend of mine in New York. Okay, so with that all being said, why did she only say that to the defense? I don't know, beloved. That's a good question, but we're going to be right. Listen, wash, rinse, and repeat, because we're going to be right back tomorrow morning.
Properties and the amount of money that he has. I mean, he has a $50 million mansion out in Miami, but since his arrest, everything has changed for him. Now he's in this cold, dark setting. He's in jail every day. How do you think he has changed mentally as a person?
I've had clients that were out of custody and they got arrested and they're in custody until the day of trial. And they definitely do change. Their appearance changes. As we see, Sean Combs, his hair is gray now versus, straight black hair. So it's.
Okay, so with that all being said, listen, beloveds, I'm going to conclude this broadcast, but I want you all to stay tuned because I'm probably going to come back tonight and do a recap. Okay, I'm going to do a brief recap on exactly, the main things that we covered or whatever. Okay, or maybe I'll clip. Yeah, I think what I'll do instead of doing a whole recap, Claudette says, excellent coverage, Queen. Thank you, beloved. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to clip some of the live with specific points that I pointed out, or do a whole recap. A recap. Okay. So Adrian says, yes, please. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'll do. Okay. So listen, I will see you all in the morning. I will be on at about 9 o'clock. I love you all to life. I hope you all enjoyed this broadcast. Thank you. Diyefu. Okay. GH. I hope I said your name right. Thank you. Okay, so anyway, I love you all to life. I hope you enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. Each one teach one. That's how we grow and thrive. Do something productive, constructive, but never destructive. And always remember, beloveds, to keep the Most High first in your lives. Peace.
With that soul all in my skin, God all in my blood. Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you're done. They show no love for the queen, why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Kunta. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I want all the smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. See a bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all at Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh while these haters get madder. So nefarious how they don't want my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on they necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people awaken, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece, this time I'm playing for keeps. You talking slick, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got